Alright, well, welcome back everyone to Lakeside Legendz and Chronicles of Ravira. I am your Dungeon Master, Cole Wolfred. Last we left off, the ball went pretty well. Only huge things that happened was Felicity met her mom, Kirina got to talk to her mom a little bit, Gray threatened an archdevil's left hand on accident. Well, the threatening wasn't on accident. Hitting an archdevil's left hand was the accident part for her, but I don't think she cares. And then, Galadin Goldglitter died in front of Felicity and said it's not your fault as he fell to the ground dead. So that's where we're picking up and being right there. Ruka glares. I made you armor. You can't be mad at me.
Yeah, I can.
I do it all the time.
So, when we return from our little opening cinematic, we'll get back on that. But first, a couple of announcements. Our community Discord, Lakeside Village, is up and running. Join for the memes, the storytelling tips, lots of Lord of the Rings stuff. Mm-hmm. The Clan Wolfrun Discord server is also up, and join that for literally just people posting their TikToks and cosplay content at this point. And then we also have our website, lakesidelegends.com, which has all the VODs for Season 1 and soon the Tragedy of Atharis episodes. And I should probably actually get with Lore about naming the episodes of the actual campaign, because I looked on the YouTube and I was like, oh, I forgot to send her episode titles for Atharis. Whoops. So I'll get right on that, Lore. Sorry. But anyway, when we return from the break, we're going to pick up with a dead wolf run on the floor. Opening cinematic happens as Ruka stares daggers at me. And welcome back, everyone, to Chronicles of Ravira. Felicity, you just watched one of your friends die in your place and fall to the ground. What do you do?
Feels bad, man. Not gonna lie. Fel is, immediately going to drop down to Galadin's body. I would assume he's on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of cradle him, scoop him up, like Galadin. Wait, she's frantically, shakily checking his pulse, and will immediately cast Revivify as soon as she.
Okay, so the way I do Revivify, Felicity, you have to call out to Galadin and coax his soul back. What do you say to Galadin?
Well, the way that Fel delivers Revivify as a love cleric is that she kisses someplace on the person, depending on what they mean to her. So she kind of cradles Galadin to her, and she presses her face against the side of his cheek as she casts it, and just kind of is nuzzling him in a way that's like, please, you've got to come back. You can't leave me like this. You said you were the sun, like me, and suns aren't allowed to sunset. You need to. She's like frantically combing her fingers through his hair, keeping him close, very much like, you need to come back, please. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
A few seconds go by, and you do call out to his spirit, and more seconds go by, and a few more, and as you're cradling him, you just feel his hand go up to your head, and he boops the top of your forehead. He goes, what did I tell you? It's not your fault.
And she's just gonna pull him so freaking close and start sobbing.
He hasn't regained full motor function yet. He's just got his hands and he's just patting your head. He's just like, wait, what you? I was only unconscious, but was I unconscious? What happened? Was I dead?
Sobbing.
He's just pats your head and starts stroking your hair, and he goes, It's all right, Felicity. I just heard you calling me, and I heard you crying, and I thought, I'm going to have words with whoever made her cry. I have to go back.
She pulls back when he does that, and just like red, puffy eyes staring at him, like, it was you. You did this. You solved the puzzle, and then something got into you, and then you fell. She said it wasn't my fault, which how dare you say something like that?
Because it wasn't. I was the user who opened the box, and I'm fine now. What?
That's because I just revived you.
Oh, kind of have the tongue lashing I would get from my mother if I died like that. But thank you, Felicity. He's kind of like, he still can't really move because his full body hasn't regained motor function. He's just like, gods, I love you. And he just like pulls his head down. And he just like, I need he just like falls back and closes his eyes. Like, I promise I'm just sleeping. I need a nap.
She's gonna cure wounds him.
He didn't take any damage. He just insta-death. He's fine. He's back to full HP, but he just lays his head back and he's like, thank you, Felicity. Hi, Kirina. And he falls asleep.
Kirina's just like, hi.
You have an actual cat right there you could use as an example.
Hi. There's Nix. What happened?
Belle is literally like, she's still crying. Like, the tears are still, like, just pouring down the cheek. She's, like, looking over at Kirina and Nix. And just, like, the most pitiful, like, she's got Galadin still, like, scooped up. She's not gone anywhere. She's just kind of like, yeah, she's not saying anything. She's literally just so in shock with what happened so quickly. She was sobered up, but she's got this pounding headache. Just cast Revivify. Help!
Right. Get the other side. Wake. Nix. Up.
How does Cat Nix wake up? Like,
I haven't tried to wake Nix up yet. It was like, it all happened so fast. I'm just stunned standing there.
Being drunk as well, Nix is probably just like, almost like how cats get like super like noodly floppy when they're comfortable and tired. Just like, you can see she's, they're like alive, but just kind of like rolled over, especially as Kirina's like, jostling back and forth.
Others happened. Do you here? And she's gonna set Cat Nix in Felicity's lap, basically.
Now she's got like a sleeping man and a cat.
No, she's gonna take the sleeping man. Hang on, I got it for you.
He hasn't fully fallen asleep yet, but as you scoop him, he goes,
don't care.
He just goes, you scoop him, he goes, oh my.
He's alive.
Listen, I just died. Let me have this.
And gonna go back into the tavern with now Galadin in her arms, and hopefully Felicity's following her with Nix.
So
shuffles.
The rest of you see her walk in with a very, very pale Galadin, which his normally tanned skin is now fully pale, and Felicity, puffy-eyed, bawling, carrying Nix walking in.
She didn't follow in.
Oh, she didn't follow in? She's just holding Cat Nix, but Kirina...
It's literally holding the door, like it's holding the door open, but still holding down.
I will say,
help.
Karaku just goes, Kirina, it seems you've exchanged. What?
One person for the other.
He's like, what?
Something happened. I don't know.
Ray's gonna go get up and go to Kirina and look for Felicity at the door.
Poke your head through the door and you see Felicity still on the ground holding Nix and crying. Puffy-eyed, crying Felicity.
She's gonna pet Galadin's head.
It's like,
Alright.
I am now. I solved the puzzle box and then I died. And Felicity brought me back.
Aren't you supposed to check those?
Listen, we're all a little drunk. I made a mistake. Sorry. And
I go to Felicity.
Ever hearing that character, he's going to stand up as well and walk outside and see Felicity. He's also going to see the puzzle box on the floor, and he's going to go look at Greg. Go, I'll let you talk to her. Felicity, I'm going to examine, if you don't mind.
Yeah, she'll just...
He carefully picks up the puzzle box and the note. I'll rejoin the rest of you later. And he walks away.
That was just cradling cat eggs.
Gray's gonna kneel next to
Getting
her,
purring.
put her arm around her, kind of just cocoon the two. Stroke her hair like she's been doing most of the night. And just hold her and let her cry.
Daylana, what do? You were in there as well. Do you follow out, or do you tend to... Do you go towards the wolf run or the Bliss?
I go towards the wolf runs. Once I get to him, I just shake my head over him and kind of like flick him in the forehead and say, "Goddamn wolf runs, always causing trouble."
Hey, and then he just looks up and he goes, by Bahamut, you're strong, Kirina.
Sort of big hands good at. Where am I taking you though? Because you are.
I dare you, my bedroom's upstairs.
Got it. All right.
Because I'll have you know, I am very live.
Sure. I mean, you're heavy, sort of like a sack of potatoes, which is not terrible. Okay, let's just go. And she's gonna, take him upstairs.
Maybe you should do some more presses or something.
I could definitely drop you if you'd like.
That's fine, I'll sleep on the floor.
I'm gonna drop you. And she takes him upstairs and puts him in his bed, and she's going to sit there and watch him because she knows her mother and her sister would not leave somebody who just...
As you do that, he looks at Daylana and he goes, my lady, can you please make sure... I know you don't know her well, but I'm sure everyone will, but keep an eye on Felicity. It really wasn't her fault. Tell her thank you.
Of course. And I head towards Felicity and Laura and Catnix.
I'm gonna take him upstairs to his room, and before he falls asleep, which hopefully that's where he's headed. What happened?
Felicity had this little orb and a note that she thought was from her mother, and she couldn't figure the orb out. It had a puzzle, so I tried it, and it's a history check. I don't remember what was said to me when it opened, but it was an orange pair of eyes. Looks at me, and then I died. And it wasn't pleasant. It's more like a void than anything else.
I'm glad you're not dead.
Me too.
Go to sleep. I'll wait until the others.
Yes.
Sure.
If favor before I do. Wine, please. There's wine in the cup. I need wine. Lots of it.
I don't think that's one glass. That's it.
Fine.
You've also had quite a big party. Okay.
I don't feel drunk. That's a scientific discovery. If you die while drunk and come back, you're not drunk anymore.
I have a feeling you're still going to have the hangover tomorrow. Just in case you were wondering. Okay, and she gets literally a small pour. It's not even a full glass. And hands it to him and basically helps him drink it if he needs to, in the sense of holding it for him, because he's got to be almost out anyway. So.
Yeah.
And then she's going to post up on a stool and wait, because that's what she knows to do. She's not going to leave him alone, at least not yet.
He does look at her and he goes, before I doze off, a certain little kingling of ours is going to be very angry if he finds out what happened. He'll need to be calmed, or at least rationalized with.
I'll handle it. Or at least try.
Thank you.
Or just sick my mother on him. That generally works too.
I think you try first. You seem to have a strange effect on him. Don't know why, but it's probably how Felicity makes me stop telling dirty jokes.
Well, your dirty jokes aren't terribly funny, so you're not very good at them.
How dare you? You're right.
Sleep.
Yes, ma'am. He just lays his head down and falls asleep.
Can Kirina look around his room after a few minutes? Like, once he falls asleep. I don't know how long she's going to be up here, but if she'd look around, if there's a book that doesn't look like a personal journal, like any kind of books.
He has a lot of storybooks, and you see he's got a lot of books that look like things he's tried to write himself. One in particular stands out to you, and it's got a long woman with long blonde hair on the cover wielding Earth's or Heaven's Render. And it's a book he looks to be writing in the process of called, and there's no title yet, but all it says is Eliara Wolf Run on the first page, and he's got a little story in there. He's also got a bunch of books about, like, the Silver Fist's adventures, and he's got one about Kirina as well.
Does it feel like it's intruding for her to read it, or...?
I don't think he'd mind much. It doesn't feel like it is. It's not done yet, but it looks like he's almost filled up what he has in the book. Like pages wise.
Okay. She'll just be sitting and reading that.
Okay.
Whatever she thinks, you could always just send me later or whatever.
Okay. Now pan back to a very hysterical Felicity on the floor.
Well, she's not hysterical. She's gotten past once Galadin and Kirina once he was out of sight and they retreated, and she had a quiet moment with Nyx, and then when 39 came out, she was even more composed than she was, and now she's at the point where she's not crying. Now she's just kind of got like the dried face and the stare off. Kind of in the distance, kind of partially glazed over. The aftermath of after you've cried for a very long time, and you're just kind of, or you have an outburst, and you're just kind of tired and kind of feeling the weight of everything that's just kind of happened. So she's kind of in that state where she's not made an attempt to move. She's still kind of kneeling in the dirt with her gown. But she's just kind of there.
I'm going to approach and see that she's kind of calmed down a little bit, but not necessarily speaking. So I'm gonna just kind of squat down in front of her and try to get as close to eye level as possible and just kind of inspect her, see if she's lucid, paying attention, anything like that. And
she notes that she does meet your eyes.
Okay. Once she makes eye contact with me, I'm gonna look at Gray and just be like, "We need to move her inside."
Yes, let's see.
You're not far from your home as well, I will point out, so if you don't want to bring her into the bustling tavern, just still.
Yeah.
I would like to go home. She'll slowly start standing up and kind of dusting herself off. Yeah.
Still a drunk cat Nyx in your arms.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, if you're still like holding Nyx in cat form, they will stay cat Nyx for however long. If you end up ever like putting them down, Nyx will probably revert. But if you're still like want the Snuggles will stay as they are.
Yeah, I think she just kind of has Cat Nyx kind of still under her chin a bit. Yeah, holding. Yeah, gives her hand something because Nyx could probably feel the slight tremoring still.
Mm-hmm.
She's using Nyx as a anchor of sorts.
Just like purring and kind of just like not like fully claws in, but just a little bit of kneading, just as almost like a grounding thing.
She's making biscuits.
I am going to go let Kirina know that we are going. I can catch up if you want to get a head start.
Okay. And I take Gray's place and just put an arm around Felicity as Gray goes to get Kirina. We walk like a couple paces before just to kind of get her moving, get her going, make sure she's okay to walk. And then Delana's just gonna ask if you're able to remember what happened before you left.
It's a bit. I was a bit out of it, but I don't think I would forget that chilling moment. Kind of snapped me out of it. I was working a puzzle box of an orb. Did Care take the orb?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
He took the orb and the note and went,
okay.
Bye.
The note, the orb, it was on the gift table of the palace. And I took it because it was my mother's handwriting, and it was to me. And so I just assumed it was a gift from my debut. Doesn't seem that oncoming. So I took it, and I remember feeling like I needed to step outside and look at it, and everything was kind of hazy. Galadin was there, and Galadin took it, and I was quite vexed that he was trying to solve it better than me. But before I could stop him and take it back or do anything, all of a sudden the orb spoke and addressed me. Something like, "Hello, little sister." The Ember Keepers were mentioned. I think it. Did she clock the voice?
Give me a history check.
Because she's not heard Farah's voice in a while, if it was Farah. 20.
Yeah, it was definitely Farah.
It's not a voice I've heard in a long time, but it was Farah, and then he was dead. And it was supposed to be me.
Does Delana know anything about Farah? Like, I know she knows of the family, but
You wouldn't know anything about Farah because she's after the point where Delana stopped keeping track because Edith kind of started leaving Delana alone, which happened a couple hundred years ago. Edith gave up on screwing with Delana, so Delana kind of put it off. But you do know about the Ember Keepers because Asher.
yeah. So, Farah is your sister.
One of them, she's the eldest. And I've only seen her maybe once or twice throughout my childhood. I don't know her very well, if at all. And I've never had a sister try to kill me before.
Yes. And do you suspect that she's working with the Ember Keepers?
Yes. Ada said that she had started fires and suggested that I go retrieve a book from her that she might have before we realized that they might have Nix's brother.
Colton, if we were to look up, would we be able to see like the night sky, anything like that? Is it kind of
it's pretty clear, yeah.
Okay. So Ilana's just gonna kind of rub Felicity's arm and kind of pat her shoulder and look up and be like, "Such a beautiful night. You've been through lots. No need to dwell on it tonight. We can discuss it more in the morning. Let's just embrace the beauty of the world for a moment before we get you home to go to sleep."
I appreciate it. But I'm tired of waiting. Do you? I'm sorry. I do want to appreciate the night sky and all of that, but you seem to know my mother.
Yes, I do. I do know your mother fairly well.
Is she? And Val kind of looks like she's kind of bracing herself. Is she a good person? And you don't need to sugarcoat it. At this point,
Ilana's gonna stop walking, kind of get in front of Belle, grab you by both shoulders. Hey, your mother is not a good person. I'm sorry to tell you that. But the biggest reason why is she's very, very good at manipulating people to do her bidding. Whether it's something good she wants done or something bad. I know from personal experience. So, if you were to perchance speak with your mother, or her come to you for anything, think twice before you trust her. And then Daylana is just gonna kind of return to her original spot and start leading Belle back to the house. And be like, but it is really a beautiful place.
Vix is just sitting there like, wow, this is a lot of information to take in as a cat.
Run cat at that.
I feel like Belle kind of, she does a quick stop and she kind of looks a bit worried and she looks at Daylana. Are you an enemy of my mother?
Your mother and I haven't been direct enemies in a very long time. But she does try to manipulate you, get in your way, any of this group's way in any way, shape, or form. She will become my number one enemy again. It didn't bode well last time.
And I'm doing this as a thank you for a beautiful night and for helping me. And she's just going to give Cat Nix over to Daylana. And she's going to brush back a portion of her hair and you see a pendant that is a symbol of her warlock pact. And she gives Daylana a look. And she mouths, she might hear you. That's like a warning. She doesn't say it. And she covers it back up.
Oh, darling. I had your mother in my head for many, many years. She's heard everything bad about her that I could possibly say. I'm not worried about her hearing. Real quick, Colton, because of the thing that happened at the end of Campaign 1, would Belana still have her thing?
No, it's been long past. But also, I believe the best insult you could come up with when I made you insult Edith was, yeah, well, your horns are a really crappy shade of blue. Because I put Kenzie on the spot, was like, go ahead, insult her, and she went, your horns are ugly.
I feel like that's a major insult to a Bliss at this point.
Like a crayon blue.
Yeah. Not even a
Oh, is that the Selivar family's blue? Oh, they did a long time ago.
So I'm gonna kind of Belana would kind of stretch a little bit and just be like, you see, for a short little while, I had horns and a nice little tail because for a moment I needed a little bit of extra strength to get me through a particularly gruesome battle. And your mother charmed her way into being the one to help me. So, the reason I was able to do a little bit extra magic, a little bit of extra damage to August and Tiamat, and all of them, was because of your mother. So I thank her for helping me with that. But the aftermath of what she expected me to do for that was not great. But I refused. And it ended with a good, long time of torment in my head. So, if you ever need help, I am always here. And if you should choose to keep this between us, my lips are sealed.
Except for Nyx, who is right there.
As I kind of like, my lips are sealed.
Nyx is like, I'm telling everybody.
That's their deal.
They're drunk, they'll think it was a dream.
Nyx is like sitting here like, this is the best show ever.
I specifically put Nyx like this and pat her back.
This is Nyx's own K-drama.
I'm imagining my hands here, and Nyx's head is like leaning back like this.
There's the good, like the cat thing where like you go like between their armpits and they stretch like this, but like over your shoulder is just kind of like
yes, exactly.
Like
that's
sending.
So your lips are sealed. Before we finish that, we're gonna pan to Gray. You walk in the bar, and a lot of people are kind of like whispering, like, "What the heck is going on?" All they saw was Kirina taking Coldwood up to his room. So you.
Do I see a
bar? Really that strange?
Yeah, fair. Yeah, you see. You actually see. There is a bard there. He is a very pretty tiefling bard with purple hair braided into numerous different braids and dark purple skin, and he is just playing a song that strikes a chord with you, actually, on his violin.
Well, is it a lively tune? Is it kind of...
It's a very lively tune.
Okay. And in that case, since there's already a song going on to kind of distract from the moment, Gray's just going to snatch some lightweight and throw them into a dance with her for a minute, grab some other people and pair them up and get like a dance going so that they're distracted from their own little chaos before she and Galadin.
Okay. You go up, and the door is closed, but Karina's in there. So, can knock, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, she's gonna lightly knock. Doesn't want to assume anything, but also knocking is nice.
Is there any weaponry in the room at all? Kirina doesn't know what happened besides what Goldwater's told her, so she doesn't know what's coming at her.
There's a couple of staves, and you do see actually a longsword that's got similar engravings to Kylan's armor that you noticed. And
shifted that longsword to be within reach.
Okay.
And she would have positioned herself basically kind of at his bedside, but with the chair slightly turned towards the door. Technically, just in case you think that's it. It doesn't seem like it, but so then she'll just call out softly. Enter.
Ray's gonna
She's gonna close the book and set the book back on
walk in and have a
Conscious is great. It's gray. Her hand shifted. The little bit her hand had shifted towards the sword. It's back in her lap. Asleep? He wanted more light, but I told him no.
Okay, cool. We've heard this guy's name so many times, but I cannot think of it for the life of me. Who's the little guy who's always helping around Gold Glitters?
Linus.
Linus.
The one who I just made Daniel Radcliffe and tired.
Did Ray see Linus when she was down there?
Yes.
I think it would be best if we alert Linus so that he can take care of my brother, Felicity, and Kirina, and Nix. We're on the way back to
I should take someone around that's been really us, so
I agree.
I'll wait.
Alright. I will go alert Linus and instruct him to come, or send someone. I'm sure he knows who Galadin trusts. And we will take care of him. I don't want to leave you here by yourself. And I have a feeling that there is a discussion to be had. If not now.
She's probably going to sleep.
Yes.
If needed. I think he's stable, but I'm not very good at this. This isn't exactly as far as I can tell. He seems fine. Is he snoring? He's snoring.
He's not snoring, but he's muttering in his sleep.
You hear what he muttered?
Yeah. I'm afraid to ask.
I was going to have it be funny, but I think sad's more fitting right now. Elia? No, Kylan can heal you. He can heal you. And you can hear him. He's like, why wasn't it working? Why can't he heal you?
If that's the Grey here, she's gonna wake him up. It's just by very gently stroking his hair.
And at first, he just kind of like looks up and looks between the two things. Well, this is definitely not what I was expecting to wake up to. I half expected to be getting yelled at by Hector right now. Or Ada. Please don't tell Ada.
I don't think anyone needs to know at this point. I was going to go alert Linus, but is there someone else you would rather?
And he starts to get teary. He was like, I really wish my brother was here, but maybe Linus is fine.
Would you be opposed to Kirina's mother coming to check on you?
No, that would be fine.
Alright. I will go get Linus.
Okay. And as you go downstairs, the one thing he just kind of says is, Kirina, can I tell you something? And please don't tell Felicity or Hector.
Of course.
The scariest thing about when I was floating there is I couldn't see my sister, or my mother, or my father, or anyone. I just saw someone who looked a lot like Kylan, and that terrifies me. I know he's not dead, but they were just staring at me. They had silver hair. But I always thought when I died, first thing I would see would be Elia. And I didn't see anyone.
Could it be that maybe you weren't fully crossed over?
Or there's the other...
I know you don't necessarily believe the same gods I do. But the gods that I believe in, there's a place that you go if you fall in battle or defending others.
I know about Valhalla, right?
Yes.
I should have...
And you were protecting. But you weren't fully gone yet, it seems.
He starts to tear more. He says, then I should have, because Elia died protecting me. My brother died protecting Kylan. All in the same night. So...
She's gonna just glance, her eyes cut to the book, and then back to his face.
Perhaps I need to live a little bit more for others.
I think you've done a pretty good job. Seeing you do for the rest of the group. For Hector and Felicity.
He's like trying not to cry at this point, like he is holding back tears at this point.
She's gonna reach over and just take his hand. And if he'll let her.
He does.
I don't think you need to worry. I think my guess is that you weren't too far off. Felicity was right there. I walked out the door and saw you fall. You just needed a moment of reminder of where you belong. I don't know who the silver-haired man was, but perhaps maybe you'll learn in the future. It'd be nice to see Kylan go gray. It might do something for his ego.
Oh, not if he looks like that. The man would get even more confident, and we can't have that. I know he gives off an air of overconfidence, but he... it's hiding a lot. Not a lot of people know what he... That's not for me to say, but he will be very... I don't know how he'll react, but his wife will be very much more torn.
By the fact that you decided not to check for traps before you opened it.
Listen, we were both drunk and Felicity was fiddling with it. I figured if there was a trap, it would have initiated as soon as she touched it.
But she didn't open it.
Fair. Then I saw a puzzle box and thought, ooh, fun.
All I'm saying is that
well,
there's a time for recklessness, and there's a time to be cautious. And based off of how many times I have seen someone in this group or adjacent to this group be struck down, maybe it's time to be cautious just a little.
Spike kind of smiles and goes, well, now you sound like Kylan. He's just be like, well,
I didn't want to hear that, and I wish you were still asleep.
If I can count I could count the amount of times that man has told me to be cautious. If I had a silver penny, I would not need my tavern. But thank you for sitting with me, Kirina. And I should always study up on the gods and what they look like, because...
Did his description sound familiar to Kirina at all?
Not the looking like Kylan part, but the silver hair. Silver is a little bit interesting, but obviously Bahamut is described as the platinum dragon, but Baldur is known to have basically like white flowy hair, but like he didn't get a good look. He didn't give you much of a description. He just said, kind of looks like my brother and silver hair, and that's all he said.
But given what Kirina just read in the book,
you can probably glean that it's one of the two of those, if it's a god. If it is a god.
She's still holding his hand, and she'll just squeeze it. Go back to sleep. I won't leave your side until someone else is here. And I don't think you're done. So stop trying to get yourself killed. I think that's all our job. All of us.
You're a twin, Kirina.
Yes.
If Kendra died, would you have thoughts of wanting to be with her again?
Yes. But I also know that she'd basically kick my butt if I wasted my chance to do something good.
Elia would likely do the same, and then when Kylan finally did die, I would probably get my ass kicked. And that's also... He kind of looks at you, and he looks at you and he goes, we've still got people to live for, don't we?
She's not meeting his eyes for once. Up until then, she's been open-faced.
He says, despite what I've seen your skill set and the way you act, he's going to look at you and goes, you do have the hands of a healer, and it's very... By that I mean you have comforting... You've done this before, haven't you?
It's the only thing I was good at. That and running water.
Gray, at this point, we'll assume you've already told Linus. You hear a knock at the door.
She reaches for the sword again.
Get used to Galadin kind of like double take when he sees that, but he doesn't do anything. And
it's the natural just action that she's feeling at this point, and then pulls her hand back, but it's still within arm range.
Mm-hmm.
Enter.
Brita comes in with Linus, and Linus is just sitting there like shaking. He's like, my lord, are you? And Brita says, shh. He's fine.
Kirina stands up immediately. She's not letting go of his hand unless he lets go first, but she rises very quickly. And her mother's there.
She just looks and she says, thank you, Kirina, for sitting with him. Thank you. Are you alright, Galadin? And he's like, I don't know. Mentally, no. Emotionally, very much no. But your daughter's been helpful. And he's gonna just kind of put his hand on yours and goes, it's okay, you can... Thank you, Kirina. And I think Felicity is going to need you now.
I think she's got plenty, but I'll check in. And I'll deal with Hector, I guess, in the morning. Or
yes. Oh, Linus, do not tell Hector yet. Or Ada. I don't need her crying again.
There's a whole bar full of people who are going to tell them at least something, so I'm going to go pretend you were drunk. And if, I don't know where Gray is, but she'll leave the room.
She'd be waiting for her downstairs. She's
So you got
probably fixated on this bard a little bit, a little glazed over.
Rita does put a hand on Kirina's shoulder. She walks by and she goes, You did well.
I didn't do much, Miss Felicity.
She looks at him and she goes, From what I can see on that lad's face, you've done more than you think. And she pats us on the shoulder and she goes, Now, go. I'll take care of him. And I promise not to tell his sister-in-law or his king, but his brother will need to know. He's continent away. He can't get here.
I'll see if someone can send him a message.
Silverwish has his... I can't think of a medieval way to say number on speed. But...
I'll handle it.
Thank you. I'll be here with him for the next day or two to observe. If you and your friends leave for... just let me know.
She's just gonna kiss her mother on the cheek and kind of nod at Linus, and then
he's still like actively shaking and like he's got tears running down his face. He's like, this. You've never seen this man show any emotion, and now he is like very.
She's gonna just pat him on the shoulder and grab the wine bottle that she poured a glass for Gallon in and just put it in his hand. And pat his hand, and then she's gonna step outside of the door, take a very deep breath, realizing she's gonna do something she's extremely uncomfortable with, and she's gonna go downstairs and lie her butt off. She's gonna come downstairs and immediately walk over to Gray and be laughing. Trying to make it look as natural as possible. He was drunk off his ass, tripped on the way out to talk to Felicity. I couldn't leave him in the street. Can you believe it? And she just is kind of telling Gray, but making sure everyone hears.
Give me a perception, or either deception or performance, your choice. Gray, you can help. Gray can help and give you advantage.
I should have my character sheet open.
Gray can give you advantage with her charisma bonuses.
Oh, I don't... Okay, what is... Okay.
The only person in the bar you might have to be worried about not believing you is Zamlin, who's just sitting there with his whiskey, like...
Yeah. Deception or...
Or performance, your choice.
They are exactly the same. This is going to be fantastic, guys.
We've got a
Natural 20!
Okay.
Nobody believes me for a 21.
I'll roll for Zid, because he's the only one who...
Okay.
Yeah, no, he rolled a 3, so he's like...
Plus,
well, he's got plus, like... He's got, like, plus... I think he's got, like, plus 12 or something, but still, it's not going to matter on a 3, so he's just like... Like, yeah, this sounds about right. That little son bitch is always swallowed now drunk. It's a little interesting. Just like... She reminds me of Koragar sometimes. How drunk he gets. Good old days before Koragar became serious. He starts drinking his whiskey.
Are you ready to go get some rest?
Yes. She says it extremely quietly, like the strain of what she just did is very clearly not comfortable on her system right now. Yeah. Yes.
Before they leave, Gray is going to take out a coin and just kind of fling it over to the bard as they are leaving.
He's just gonna, and then just continue playing. And then he's going to stop and goes, "Now this song's a very old one from ages long past." He goes, "The tragedy of the serpent," and then he starts playing a song.
He smirks to herself and rolls her eyes.
Kirina pauses at that and then shakes her head. There's too much flying through her brain right now. So, yeah, out the door.
I just kind of realized the gravity of the question Kaladin asked Kirina is probably one of... two.
Which one? There was a few.
The twin question.
Oh, yeah, no, that caught her. Yeah.
Oh, right, Kirina doesn't know his sister was a twin at that point.
No, not at that point.
probably infer at this point, though.
Yeah, at this point, she's going to infer. Gray will notice the moment Kirina gets out the door that false bravado that she had that probably caught Gray a little off guard when she came down that way. Like, it starts to deteriorate pretty quickly and then working through the questions and what she read in the book, whatever. It's all, she's just gone really quiet, which isn't uncommon for her, but.
Gray's gonna take her hand, feel her energy, and let her have a moment.
Just walk. Just walk a few steps. Head towards the house. She won't instigate anything just yet. When they're about halfway there, she'll probably just quietly say, Did Felicity say anything else about what caused this?
I left her in Delana and Nix's hands so I could go check on you and Gallatin.
Fel, have you put Nix down, or is she still a drunk kitty?
I think Delana has them now.
Delana, did you put Nix down, or is she still a drunk kitty? You're muted, Kinsey.
They're still a drunk kitty, but it's gone from this to this.
Baby.
Like Baymax, hairy baby. on back, so Delana can pet their tummy.
Nix is just like, oh yes.
More attention than they've got in a while.
Gonna give her jerky.
Well, they're drunk right now, so I don't want to accidentally make them choke.
Not like that smashed.
As they are walking, Kirina, is there anything that you would like to let out when we get there? Something shifted just ever so slightly since I left you with Gallatin. I don't know. I won't pretend to be insightful like most of you. I can sometimes sense a shift in emotion, but not anything specific.
Nix, go away. But no, come back.
What?
She pauses, thinking for a moment. There's just been a lot, and tonight was supposed to be fun.
It was for a moment.
Was it? She studies 39's face. Trying to read anything there.
There is, as stoic as she is, there is this kind of thought process that goes through as she considers the events of the night. And she slowly nods. Moments.
Odd.
What?
Because I've never seen you laugh. I think I've barely seen you smile, and the smiles I have seen tend towards bemused, if I'm reading them correctly, and they fade very quickly.
I wish I could say that you were wrong, but you're not. I feel like a ghost. Maybe someday I'll learn to laugh again. But I have enjoyed moments. Moments when I forget what I have remembered.
It's strange. You have a chance where no one expects anything of you. And you choose not to enjoy it.
I think that is because I have always been the one who has expected the most out of myself.
You think that?
You think differently?
It's not for me to say. I just know what the legends say.
There is what the legends say, and what people labeled me as, and the things that I decided to do. I was just always myself, I think.
They never said you were cold.
Well, I do remember. You can see there's a tiny bit of emotion crossing her face as she's recalling something that weighs heavy on her. There are moments where that was safer. But I do not think the legends would write about one hiding their sorrow. They only want to record the grandeur.
I don't know. Many delve into the darkness that those who felt it overcame. But maybe you're right. It just seems to me that if you truly want to find who you are, you should probably learn to laugh again. And find whatever brings you joy, as opposed to what makes you forget the pain for just a moment. And what it means to be a friend. And have friends.
Yes, you are right. It is curious, though, how I ask how you are faring, and yet you deflect by inquiring of myself.
I've always been the protector. It's what I'm most comfortable as. The keeper of another. I don't mind it. And it makes me happy. I guess it feels more me than I've felt in a long time. And she kind of frowns when she says that, realizing what she just said. I'm fine. I read some things in a book that Galadin had that pose more questions.
There are many of those.
He's very scared. Do you remember what that feels like?
No.
It goes hand in hand with laughter. In case you're wondering. And I'm very scared.
And
I'm
you
also
have reason to be.
I'm also, or I was for a moment tonight, happy. And I'd like to feel that way with my friends. I think they're my friends. Again.
I would like that also. Perhaps we will find a tavern in a place where there are no troubles. Just loud music, good people.
As we get to the door, Kirina's going to stop and put her hand on the door and turn and walk for just a moment. There's an old saying or something that I read in a book, I think, somewhere. Sorrow is not a choice. It's something that comes to us all. Strength is when you choose to see joy underneath the sorrow and to smile through it and laugh in the face of it. I've never been terribly good at it just yet. That's not true. At one point, maybe. But maybe you just need to find joy underneath the pain.
Perhaps I will find it with all of you.
I'm personally very interested to see if drunk feline Nix can actually walk straight right now. So maybe that's a start.
Perhaps.
I'm sorry.
Kirina, I have been wanting to apologize. I suspect you have forgotten, or it's not something you have dwelt on, but when you were in the stone, I'm sorry I did not think that through, and how it affected you.
I chose to do that. It's
You
nothing
did.
to apologize for.
Well, I wish to take my part in responsibility.
If that's what you need.
I don't know if it's so much what I need as it is. Well, who knows?
I would highly recommend not entering that ball yourself. I don't think you'd like the faces you'd see.
Perhaps not.
And even if you did, there's something very disturbing about seeing them look at you that way.
I will take that into account, as I have actually considered going in myself. I have not done
No.
it, and I will take your warning to heart.
No offense, but I don't terribly trust your judgment all the time of not doing something that is utterly insane. So
I do believe that many of my friends from the past felt the same.
if you do decide, at least tell one of us so that we can be there to possibly try and get you out, please. Or at least have a little heads up so it's not a blindsiding thing.
If I choose to go in, I will alert all of you. But the time that it allots inside, it is a curious and useful thing, despite what might be inside. But I will, I promise, take to heart what you have said.
I'd appreciate it. Are there any of the cupcakes left? I don't think so. I think we finished them all. I'm gonna go make some. Come on. And she's just gonna grab Gray's hand and yank her after her towards the kitchen. And I don't know where everybody else is. If they're in the kitchen, if they're in a bedroom. I don't know.
Before we move, I was going to say, like, a thought popped into my head of, like, Gray, don't worry, I will alert all of you. Gray is very far away from the rest of the group, says, sending to one of them, by the way, I'm doing a thing. Sends it to Kirina, and Kirina's like, not what I meant!
As the one who blanks it out myself, fuck! So Sorry, audience, you don't hear it. Imagine what the word was.
I want to do the Team 4-star version of like bleeping stuff out, but instead of like actually like bong, it's like, son of a gum-chewing funk monster. Why does all this fruity stuff happen to me? Forget my life.
When we first started stream, I had a list that I made of funny things to say in the place, and I lost it. I don't know what it meant.
Oh, that's too bad. They would have been
Like this whole planet
I need to remember.
just wants to find me in the Alps.
You plant liquor and you cootie queen. That's what I think.
Speaking of which, so, Daylana, I'm gonna assume, knowing Daylana's past, she tucked Felicity into her room and then was like, okay, I'm gonna let you be with your feelings.
Do that.
So I
Because that's Daylana's
walked
MO, is like,
Felicity to her room, and if Felicity was ready to go to bed, helped her like get adjusted in the bed, and then put Nyx with Felicity and just stroked her till they fell asleep. And then was like, okay, bye. Like left the room to go wait for Gray and Kirina.
so we're gonna say you're sitting down in like the main area, still petting Nyx.
No,
No, I left Nyx with Felicity so that they could sleep.
Snuggly Nyx is cat snuggling with Felicity. Okay, Felicity, do you go to sleep or?
If they're in their house, they're in their house, right?
Yes.
I think Fel is going to pick up Kitty Nyx and take them to the greenhouse, or like the not their room, but the greenhouse.
Nyx doesn't like their room.
He prefers.
That can be Daylana.
There's a spare room.
That could be Daylana. I was about to say that could be Daylana's room. Just Nyx is like, you can just have mine.
I mean, technically, either Kirina or Felicity doesn't tend to sleep in theirs either.
Yeah.
So she'll take Nyx there and put her in like a little soft patch of grass or greenery, something that she would.
What?
Yeah, something that she.
Belle, what's your passive perception?
Passive is 13.
You see there's a nice, fun-looking staff in the greenhouse. And you can tell it's got vines up there that, like, Nyx did some stuff with it. You can tell.
I mean, to be fair, Fella's never been in there, I think, yet, so...
No. So you see there's just... You see,
Tracks.
you also find, gleaming on the floor, there is a little, pink gem. With a note, with a note attached to it.
Stop it!
I feel like that Fel has had so much happen tonight that she.
That looks like a fake trap.
Do you want to at least like read the letter on it first?
I'm inside if you need any help.
Yeah. I think she's not gonna touch it, but she'll like as she's like putting Nyx down, she'll glance.
The note reads, "To replace the one you used, V."
Okay.
And it is a diamond.
A pink diamond.
Wait. It's for Nyx or
No. To replace the one you used.
but it's in the greenhouse.
In the greenhouse?
It's wherever you are. I was going to have it be wherever you were next.
Oh, okay. Well, she's like.
Oh, V. It took me a minute to realize who that would be.
Yeah. Does Fel recognize or feel like any pull?
Sonora.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check for traps.
Yeah, she'll.
You can do an Arcana check if you want.
Cat Nyx is like,
But Fel
Oh.
do that slow dig in of the claws.
yeah, Fel's put Nyx down because she's not going to have someone in her arms if anything were to.
Felicity's like, no one ever touched me when I'm touching small objects ever again.
Yeah, it was only a 4.
It doesn't appear to have any magic links to it, but you can feel Venora's presence.
Yeah. Belle's just going to. She's not going to touch it. She's going to take the skirts of her dress and like pick it up with like the fabric. It's not
Okay. The pink leaves it and travels into your staff.
okay. Into her, the one that she's got hooked under her
Yeah.
dress.
Your little collapsible love cleric staff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Yeah. So she
Oh, I just realized Hector uses a sword. His love paladin sword.
Why do you have to make it weird, man?
I didn't. Someone else did, and then I capitalized.
Anyway, Belle will put Nick down, and she'll go back to her room.
Before you end up leaving the greenhouse, you do hear Nyx's human voice, not cat anymore, just say, Belle? And she turns around. Everyone's been comforting you, and I think they've done a good job, but you did good tonight. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
It's a hard line to walk, being a protector of life and death, emotionally.
That's the first time I've ever done that.
It's not something I've ever done with magic, but having someone be that close or gone past death is hard. It's hard every time, but you did good. You acted fast.
I lied. It would be the second time.
No?
Well, I told you after the Battle of Utheros that I would give you an explanation for the green. I know we briefly at the picnic I explained how it was Loki.
Yeah.
But that was actually the first time that I brought someone back. So, yeah, now you know. So.
Should be proud of your own power.
I'm getting used to it. It's new. So thank you.
Yeah. Get some rest. Or try.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, so much has happened. So yes, I'll try to get some rest. And she'll like give a little like wave. Yeah, and go back to her room. Yeah, she'll go into her room.
Do you go seeps?
I think she kind of sits up for a while, just kind of processing everything. Gives a glance at her mirror, kind of like what she used to do when she was a kid, and then conk out.
Okay, and last thing we're going to do with us is before happy times. As you sleep, you are still asleep as this happens. You find yourself in your home, the Bliss Manor, in your dream. You see Edith sitting in her chair that she always used to sit in while she sewed. She stops sewing, she looks at you and she goes, I have some explaining to do, Felicity. Sit, please.
Yeah.
Before she tells you her version, I have some things to tell you about my relationship with Daylana. I will not lie. You're not going to be happy with me. I have not always been the best person. And I'm going to give you the full truth of what I did to Daylana, to her parents. And one other thing that one of your friends doesn't know that I did to them. 300 years ago, Daylana, or a little bit more, before Daylana was born, I was in love with a very handsome elven man by the name of Teral Silverwish. I've been in love with 2 men in my life. And this was the first and only mortal. He did not reciprocate. And as you can imagine, I don't take rejection well. He chose one of his own kin to be his wife. And while she was with child, I tricked her into a pact, thinking that if she didn't, her child would die in birth. And then I possessed her as she gave birth and tried to kill the child. I failed, and instead, little Daylana was born with natural gifts. However, what I did do when she was about 12 years old was kill her mother. I'm not proud of myself. But back then I constantly wanted what I couldn't have. Then Daylana grew up and she needed assistance dealing with Arcos and Tiamat. And I gave it to her. And I tried to kill her several times. She made me the Queen of Hell by killing Alagos. And then she helped Balazor reclaim his throne when she learned that I killed her mother. I can't claim killing her father, that was Kiloxol's doing. But I'm telling you this because I'm not that woman anymore. And the last thing I regret is something I did. I told Arcos that Vidya was coming for him. And I told him where to find his weapon. He threatened your oldest sister, Triss, Eccentricity, and her wife, Atropa, and their son, Salonis. I was not having that. I could not kill him. I thought Vidya might be able to. I did not foresee Vidya not bringing her friends with her. And then Arcos thanked me by killing my mother so I would inherit the throne as an archfey. Yes. Your mother is archfey of the spring, of the winter court. I am telling you that I have done awful things. But I have not. But I've learned from them. You and all of your sisters have helped temper me. But one thing I will tell you is you need to stop Farah. Because if he gets out, he will kill everyone all of your friends love. And he'll start with Daylana. Then he'll move on to Gray. And then likely you, because of me. And likely Kirina, because of who she descends from. I will offer you power, but I cannot directly interfere. For I've started a war of my own. Your uncle will die by my hands. Unfortunately, the Archfey of the Summer Court is siding with him. And the High Queen refuses to pick a side. I know you might hate me for everything I've just told you. You might not trust me, but I will never turn my powers against you, Felicity. Ever. The last time I did so, not to you directly, but to Ada, I regretted it. And that is all I have to say. And then she vanishes from your dream. And you feel a hand on your shoulder. It has been quite a long time, my dearest of friends. And you turn to see Prince with his hand on your shoulder. And we're going to cut away from that. So now you got
Catch a break.
Now you guys know.
See, Fel, I told you she's not the nicest person.
Yeah. No. Yes, cool. No.
She loves you. At least.
Yeah, we didn't get to ask her the questions of like, hey mom, that's great and all, but like, you did kind of tell my birth mother that I died, so just
Answer?
Details.
Like what?
Details.
What's that about? Like,
She's like, no. I
Isolated
changed.
my
I
whole
turned
life.
over a new leaf 25 minutes ago.
right?
she's like, I promise.
Oh, and the funny thing is, there's 2 people in this, or 3 people in the chat who I have sent the whole deal with Ada and Edith, and I could see all of you looking at me like, really?
The only reason you're not getting facial expressions from me is because I'm typing notes, okay? I'm
Can I vibe check a dream?
That would be an insight check. That would be an insight check. You can, totally, Felicity.
Well, now she's
Telling you.
distracted.
Telling you right now, she's always bad.
That's from your perspective, Kinsey.
Always.
Internal conflict check. Fine.
No.
Right, so now we're going to pan back to Gray and Kirina, and now Daylana, who would have walked in and seen Kirina in the kitchen baking.
Yeah, she's just doing something, like she's basically prepping dough. It's the idea of you can leave something on the counter that's going to keep.
Love you, Ruka.
So-
I promise I don't hate you.
She's making if you know spices at all. Basically, it's like think a sugar cookie, but it's more cinnamon than sugar.
Snickerdoodle?
Kind of, but more on the cinnamon side than a true snickerdoodle, and they're rolled in the cinnamon. So
Cinnadoodle.
she's it's got the basic components of just a traditional snickerdoodle, but then the added benefit of them being rolled and in the cinnamon mix and sugar mixture, and then baked, kind of like you would like a peanut butter cookie or something like that. But it's the same concept, but it's more of on the cinnamon side.
Are they still in their ball gowns? Because Gray would be helping.
Karina
Yeah.
is knocking hers off, so she's
Just little aprons around their ball gowns.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Kinsey Delana is wearing a green ball gown with silver, leaf imagery that seems to be moving at all times going up it. And she's got a little pin of the silver fists on her gown because she's always recruiting.
If you want, I will send you. I typed out descriptions of what people are wearing. I will send it to you so that you have a reference for everybody's outfits. Just if you want.
Oh no, yeah, that would actually be great.
Yep, I will send it to you right now.
So
don't mind my random notes in the mix of it. If you get it.
So I walk in to see Kirina and Gray baking.
Yep. Gray's just softly humming to herself as she's doing whatever Kirina tells her to.
Is this coping mechanism, or are we just hungry? What?
I'm not actually sure.
Could be both.
It's more that, yes.
Yes.
I am here for assistance.
And they're very simple. These are couple ingredient cookies. And so once the first batch is done, Kirina's going to go to probably Nyx's greenhouse first just to see if Nyx is there. And if Nyx is there, the quiet door open, I know how drunk you were. And if Nyx is asleep, just set a small plate down and then...
yeah, it's probably starfish, pass out. Just had that moment of lucidity, unwild shaping and talking to Fel, and then as soon as they were alone beneath the stars, just lays down, falls asleep.
She just sets that the little plate down and then goes back to the kitchen and grabs another one. She's been fairly quiet the entire time she's baking. It was just unless something else is being said. So it was more. So if nothing's being asked of her, she'll probably, once it's done and everything's cleaned up, she'll go upstairs with a small plate and do the same thing. At Felicity's door, probably knock. So,
before you go, did Wolfrun have anything to say about what happened? Don't need a lot of details because I know he doesn't give a lot of details usually.
He didn't remember hearing. He knows he heard something, but he couldn't recall what it was. But he saw a pair of orange eyes glowing, I guess. I don't.
Okay.
Does that mean anything?
That makes a little bit of sense.
The orange eyes ring a specific bell?
Nope, Arcos doesn't have orange eyes, but the leader of the Ember Keepers always has glowing orange eyes.
Oh, well.
Felicity did say that once he opened the box, there was a voice in her head from her sister Farah, and she had mentioned something about the Ember Keepers and glowing orange eyes, Ember Keepers, Sister Farah. I'm assuming that this was
I'm sorry. You mean her sister sent something to kill her?
Yes. So I'm assuming that the Ember Keepers have an idea that our good friend Felicity is working on a way to interfere with them. However, can say
That or Flora sees her as a threat, which, considering Edith's favor, would not be surprising.
yeah. So if we are going to react, we should figure out how, and probably do it quickly before they send another little gift for our friends.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, just Ruka's reaction to everything. I just looked at the camera and I just not stop laughing. She's just eating her little smack, just like.
You're talking about Carolina and Edith, and I was like, really?
Just your average Tuesday, you know?
Yeah,
Try to kill me? Cheers.
Try again, I dare you.
I assume we're probably leaving soon, the next day or so.
Yes, I think that we should have a discussion in the morning, prepare, and begin.
Well, I'm tired, so if neither of you need me for anything, I think
You hear a knock at the door, and it's like, it's Linus.
Priest sighs, but at least you knock.
Gray will give her a little pat on the shoulder and she'll go answer.
Hi, Gray. I just came to say, I'm going in the morning to tell, Hector what happened, and then, I'm gonna tell Galadin requested that I tell at least Koragar what happened, because it's his sister, but if you guys want me not to, I'll pretend I did, and that I'll just make up some lie that Kerku didn't let me, or something.
Galadin requests that you inform Hector.
He said go tell him... Wait, no, that was the pretty lady with the blonde hair.
I think that if Galadin wishes for His Majesty to know, he can tell him himself. If he did ask you to relay any messages to Koragar.
He did that, because, yeah, he's like, it is his sister, but he said don't tell the Blisses yet.
For Galadin's peace of mind and his recovery, I would only tell those whom he has asked you to.
Got it. And then he's like,
just tell my mother. I told her I would. I'll talk to Hector in the morning. You handle Koragar if you.
His eyes get wide and he goes, you got it, giant lady. And then he closes the door and walks away.
I'm getting tired of that. I'm gonna go to bed. I think I'm going to have to be up early to go talk to a very hungover king or someone else is going to get to him before I do.
Paladins have the hangover cure of lesser restoration.
Or they just don't get drunk.
My completely out of context, my D&D group, lesser restoration, made you not drunk anymore, but it gave you a hangover because it's lesser.
That's smart.
That makes sense. Mine did. Another group I put does the same role. You still have that dehydration.
Automatically go into hangover mode.
We always had Leandra because she tried lesser restoration when she was drunk and trying not to do a stupid thing, and I'm like, it only works a little. And then the next morning she's like, I don't have a hangover. I'm like, that's what the lesser restoration did. And she went, oh, cool. And then just walked off.
For some reason, when you were talking about having to talk to a drunk king, in my head, I pictured 3 of us trying to talk to a drunk cat. Hangover cat. And I was like, wait, they're back human form, so we won't have to do that. But it's just picturing nursing a hungover cat.
It's okay.
Just scratching.
Like my life every Wednesday and Tuesday. Okay, you're awake. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
The vet in the chat is just like, yeah.
Yeah. Once he's been dealt with, Kirina's going to take the small plate upstairs and very lightly tap on Fel's door. Like, she doesn't want to wake her, and she's afraid she might be asleep at this point.
She's sleeping.
Okay, if she doesn't hear anything, then she's going to set the plate down. I guess no, she'll just take it into her room with her. She doesn't want to leave it on the floor. And yeah, and then she's gonna go into her room and
And you pass by your full-length mirror and finally see what your dress looks like.
Yeah, she's gonna see the dress for the first time.
And see the little bit of blue that ripples when you move.
Yeah, and that's gonna catch her by surprise. And then... okay, she wants to do something, but I don't know if you want to cut to some other stuff first. So where do you want to go?
Daylana and Gray! Are y'all gonna just go back to Gray's tower and snuggle again?
Well, right now what Gray's doing, and Daylana would remember that she had a very ravenous sweet tooth, but she's not, aside from licking the sugar and cinnamon off her fingers and looking longingly at the cookies, she hasn't actually eaten any of them, and she's just cleaning up and getting things put away.
Ilana's gonna take a cookie and go stand right in front of her and say, "Eat the cookie." What?
Hold on.
It's just a cookie. Kirina made it.
He did, and her boots are very good.
I know it's going to be a delicious cookie. Why do you not want to eat it?
I need to roll again. That's not good enough. She,
You don't get to just roll again.
it was a 10. It was right in the middle. That was even more indecisive.
No, 1 to 10 would be low half, 11 to 20 would be upper half.
Okay, well, I went low again. So she takes the cookie, but she slides it in a pocket of her dress.
That is going to stain your dress. There's a lot of butter in that cookie.
Wrap it up in a little paper towel or something and stick it on her.
That's our biggest concern right now. We got a
the dress.
pseudo cat sleeping in Sue's
Death, Gold Glitter, and Fell all collectively like where they are because of stuffing the dress with a cookie.
Why are you not gothic down sugary sweets?
I need a very strong liquor to swallow anything right now.
Okay. Well.
There's an entire liquor cabinet and wine cabinet in that kitchen.
Yeah, but all the strong stuff's not. Do we have anything strong? Yes.
Yeah. Kirina probably would have.
She knows that. I think she's only been.
You said it's in the kitchen, Kirina?
Yes, Kirina has stocked that thing. I will say, only because I am the one who made it and I had it in mind. There were 3 meads listed from Kirina's, from the temple back in Britain, Rose, Nemath City. Is that Brimstone?
Brimstone, yeah. It's your home.
Along with basically anything that she could get, that is one thing that would be in there. Between her and Care, I have a feeling it's probably the only thing that she made sure, between her and Care, that kitchen has some point. Like, between the two of them, of their enjoyment of cooking, that's happened. So there's probably a bit of absolutely everything in there.
I don't think Ray knows what's in.
There's some very strong whiskey, some very strong dwarven vodka, because dwarves make vodka in my world, and that means they have to like potatoes. Okay, dwarves like potatoes now. and then some Kolsar / Dringer mead, which is very, very strong.
Yes.
Ilana is just going to be like, okay, well then, let's see if we have any. And turn around and kind of look behind the liquor cabinet. And when she does, she's just going to open it and start pulling bottles and stuff out. And put it on the counter and be like, take your pick. We've got a lot, apparently.
Apparently. I should not have been surprised. Dre will find just a shot glass and pour herself whatever's the strongest of them.
That you have 2 options there. You would have the strongest of the Kolsar mead, which comes from Corridor's clan. Jaxar gave it to you guys as a present. Then there is the very, very strong dwarven vodka that simply says in Dwarven, Risky Vodka. It's titled Risky Vodka in Dwarven. And then there is the High Elven whiskey, which is something you would have known from your youth. It is an old school one. It is so strong that it gets Wood Elves drunk in one shot. But High Elves, it takes 1 or 2, depending on their constitution. So you, 1 shot, you'd be tipsy, but not drunk. 2 shots, you'd be drunk.
Okay.
Daylana would be gone after 1.
Which one would, after having tested out several liqueurs and whatever's throughout?
You'd have a little bit of kinship to the whiskey, but like the mead, you found it tasted very good at the bar last night. That's one thing because you took some and it didn't get you drunk, but you were like, this is tasty. So you can either go with the tasty mead or the whiskey that you remember being very strong.
Which one would help the pain most? Not the one she
Probably the mead.
Okay. So she'll pour herself a glass of that, shoot it back, and then eat the cookie while she's got the minute that it lasts for.
I might need some strange motherly advice.
Alright.
You knew my mother very well. Do you remember when she was pregnant with me?
Cole, do I remember this?
Yeah, you were like, basically like how Kinsey is with Remy. Baby. Like waiting. You were like,
Okay.
Get out of there.
Let me love you. Yes, I do recall.
So,
I will have you know, Kinsey has given the baby an eviction notice several times. And Remy's like, no, not yet. Please no.
you remember when my mother died?
There's a pause, and I don't know how much she gets back, but I think probably, so she'll nod slowly.
Do you remember who killed my mother? How she died?
Cole, I'm assuming because of her relationship with this individual that she might not have known, because...
Yeah, you... So, how Daylana's mother died appeared to be an accident with her out hunting when Daylana was like 10. She was killed by, from what you guys understand, it appears as if an owl bear pack, like 3 or 4 of them, killed her.
Okay.
That's what you think happened at this point.
I believe, was it not a pack of owlbears? An accident.
Oh, yes. I forgot. That's what everyone thought it was.
Is that not what happened?
No. My mother was murdered by a specific individual who just happened to be so in love with my father and had the ability to possess beings in that time. That when my parents were trying to conceive me, she just happened to possess my mother, and then I was born out of that. So my conundrum is, I technically have 2 mothers, which is why I have magical abilities that I do that are different than the rest of our kin. The question is, how do I tell our good friend Felicity that she has one more sister?
You are speaking of Edith Bliss.
Yes, but in those days, they like to be called a different name.
I think that Grace heard the alternative name.
No, Gray doesn't know. Vidya didn't know her as Edith. Vidya knew her as the other name, and Gray doesn't know the other name yet.
Oh, I thought that.
She might have heard it, but she might not have connected the dots yet.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that they're the same person.
Yeah. So Daylana's about to make things more complicated for Gray.
They don't have to be. It could just be a name.
Doesn't have to be a name. You don't have to ask. I won't tell if you don't ask. Hey.
So,
Gray would not ask. She'd be like,
What name? Who?
yeah, I think she's going to forgo the inquiry. Well, that is difficult. Technically speaking, in the technical aspect of it, she was present during your conception and did contribute to your making, and therefore, in that sense, there is a part of her in you, which makes her. But there's also another theory that a mother is someone who raised you and loved you and was a part of your life. Was Edith ever there?
No. Edith was a part of my life for a very, very, very long time, but she used the fact that I'm technically her daughter to torture me and try to convince me to do her evil bidding, even though it never worked. So, in my mind, I have two real mothers. That is my mother and you, Edie. She's just someone who killed my mother and gave me powers that I didn't want necessarily. But now I'm afraid that she is trying to get in contact with our friends. And she might be reappearing soon.
Considering the relationship that Felicity seems to have with her, I do not doubt that there has been meddling and contact. It would surprise me if someone of her reputation would let someone as powerful with the potential Felicity has slip through her fingers, or whether it is out of love or it is to use her. I think the question you must ask yourself is, do you want Felicity to know?
I think that Felicity has a lot happening right now.
She does.
And I don't want to keep things from her. I think when it comes to making a decision, having all the information is the best way. I also don't want to just bring it on her.
Right. It's a delicate subject.
My fear is that if I don't tell her, and that her mother comes back and tries to convince her to help her, do her bidding, tries to manipulate her, and if I try to get involved, her mother might lie to her and turn her against us.
Well then, I cannot say that I know Felicity perfectly, or even very well at all. I care for her. And so how I would approach it is to sit with her, apart from others. This is a conversation I would have in private. And explain that the reason you are sharing this information is because you want her to know all of the details, all of the facts, so that she can make her own informed decision. I would take your bias out of it if you can. I know that will be difficult. And the context in itself is very one-sided in what is good and what is not. But she must be allowed to draw the conclusion herself on which way to lean.
Very well then. Tomorrow morning, before we going our way, can you help me manage just a small snippet of time for me and Bliss to have a conversation?
Yes, I do believe that Kirina is intending to go see His Majesty. And
Phil's just like...
I don't know how long he intends to be doing what he does. So, I do not think Nyx will be offended if we ask for you to have some time. I can sit with them, and maybe we can make some tea for everyone.
Yes, that would be very nice.
You are in a very difficult position, Ilana. I'm sorry.
Not nearly as difficult as Felicity. She has one sister trying to contact her. She just saved the wolf.
She's done much saving.
I've only known her a short while, but she seems very capable in what she does.
Yes, that's true.
No. I'm gonna say we're gonna cut for the break there, and we'll pick up the last bit of nighttime stuff and then the morning after the break. So thanks everyone for watching Chronicles of Ravira. We'll see you guys after the break. And then now, Kinsey, go get her. Zoe wants to say hi to everybody.
Is this what you guys are waiting for this whole time?
Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's something more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! Axes are sharp. That's a new t-shirt! What the? What? Is this thing a gum thing? Stretch Armstrong over here? What the f was that? What this f like a dolphin? Oh! What? What? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! What? Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! Go, baby! Guys, let me! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! God, mother!
I don't even know what to tell y'all. That was crazy.
Okay. And welcome back, everyone, to Chronicles of Ravira here on Lakeside Legendz. Last we left off, everyone was gonna go seeps. And, well, Gray gonna go meditate, and Delana probably also go meditate, because elves! Kirina, as you are getting ready for bed, Kirina, you look on the bed and you see the belt sitting on your blankets. It's radiating with a blue light, and sparks are kind of moving throughout it.
Okay. Wow.
You feel a sense of connection with this belt.
Maybe. Okay. Yeah, she'll go ahead and slowly reach towards it and just, if it doesn't do anything to her, put her hand on it for a moment.
It doesn't do anything to you, but you feel...
It's got lightning and crud going around it.
Well, that's the thing. Nothing happens to you. You don't feel anything, but the lightning, you do see the sparks kind of flowing up your arm, but you don't feel anything. In fact, like when you touch it, you feel stronger.
Okay. She's going to go ahead and take the belt and she is... There's people in this house right now. Yeah, she'll just go sit in the middle of her floor and she's gonna just set the belt in front of her and stare at it for a while, studying it, and then she's going to take a deep breath and is going to take out a dagger and is going to slice her forearm.
Okay. Blood trickles out.
How much damage do I?
2 damage. 2 damage.
Okay.
Unless you, like, cut deep, then we can do it.
No, she's, like, full-on trying to inflict harm. Like,
okay, so if you're stabbing... All right, let me roll dagger.
She's not stabbing herself, but she's, like, I mean, she's not trying to, like, she needs something she can try and...
You do 12 damage to your arm. 12 slashing.
Cool. Great. Cool. The minute that happens, then she's going to clench and unclench her fist and try to heal it with her.
It works. You heal.
Cool. Okay. Step 1. Still kind of staring at the belt. Is gonna then stand up and put on the belt and
attune to it as well, or just put it on?
That's kind of what she'd already been starting, but she wanted to test the healing.
Okay.
Because that freaked her out.
All right, here we go, boys and girls.
Didn't work. So yeah, she'll start attuning to the belt.
As you put the belt on and attune to it, as with some attunements, you have to experience something as you do it. And you find yourself before 2 massive golden gates with runes carved throughout it. And they are starting to close in front of you as you see inside. You see inside Valhalla. You see people partying. As the doors close behind you, you find yourself in a great longhouse. And at the end of the longhouse, you see a man sitting in a chair, kind of just spinning a coin. He stands up, and he is a massive man. He stands at about 10, 11 feet tall, long red hair down to his middle of his back. Turns and just huge muscles. Turns around, and you see a long red beard with braids throughout. And on his hip, you see a hammer pulsing with electric energy. In his eyes, same color as your father Alvor's, same green, same blue eyes. He just looks at you, or green eyes, sorry. He looks at you. Hello, granddaughter. And he walks up and he picks up a bottle of mead and pours a cup for himself, puts it down and pours a cup for you and hands it to you.
She kind of just numbly, like, by reflex, takes it from him.
He drinks the cup and he just sits back in a chair and leans back, and he's almost as tall as you sitting down as you are standing, and he just... I'm glad you accepted my gift. I'm sure your mother did some explaining, but I'm sure you have questions.
Wasn't?
Bro. Odin's Longhouse.
I thought Asgard was destroyed.
We're not in Asgard. Adon made a little home for us in his realm. Moved Valhalla there. And Volkswagen. All of the afterlife halls were moved. His bit of helping us. Don't worry. He doesn't pay attention here.
Why doesn't he want... Why didn't he want... You didn't talk to me?
Punishment for what I did last time. He sent me to deal with the Fae. Told me to kill them all. I didn't. I let Loki go. I let his sister go. I let the Archfey go. Because I didn't realize that my son was fighting the wolf while I was doing the same thing. I couldn't save your father. Because I was busy cleaning up Adon's mess.
Why did he want the Fae gone? Why were you even there?
His excuse was they released the great beast, but in reality, the High King at the time, from what my father has gathered, was trying to overthrow him. So when I killed him, I stopped it. And they blame me. The High King of the Fae was the only one I killed.
And he was trying to overthrow Don?
It's last. I didn't know that at the time. The reason I stopped is because my father came to me and stopped me from bringing my hammer down again. On the spring Fae, Archfey. Said, Alvor is dead. And in my rage, couldn't get to Adon, but I could get to Godfrey. And he then banned all gods from communing with their children. As my punishment and blamed me. Because if I could have saved your father, I would have. Adon be damned.
So before you knew Alvor?
I saw my son as often as I could. I saw your mother when she was pregnant with you. Often.
She sort of despised you all growing up.
I couldn't commune with her either. From all she understood, I didn't save her husband. She thinks I chose not to. Or thought. I don't know what my father has told her, but... I'm telling you now. The only thing keeping me from killing a dawn is a lack of capability.
You want to kill the head of another pantheon?
I have for a while, but Father, the All-Father, talks to me. He tells me it's not my place.
So then what? We continue on?
Yes. And now I can talk with you as much as I like. That belt you put on makes it so that only our kin can talk to you, can see you. Adon can't see you. Godfrey can't see you. Venora can't see you. None of them. Just me, Freya, All-Father. And Magni and Moti, but they're busy.
Your other sons, right?
Your uncles.
Yeah, that's a thing. I'm sorry, I don't really understand any of this, and every time I turn around, somebody is telling me something new and something more, and it's a bit overwhelming. And now I'm supposed to just believe that you just went along with whatever Don wanted. All of you did.
I didn't want to. Freya and All-Father stopped me. Every time I've gone against what my father has said, something terrible has happened. So I've learned to listen. Plus, they can't hear us right now anyway, so All-Father believes that my baby brother is alive, and maybe not the Dawn, but somebody is hiding him. All-Father is afraid that Balder is being held captive, because he never saw him die while fighting Fenrir. He saw everyone else die, but not Balder. So, as long as my brother is not safely in my hands, I'll keep peace. But one thing I refuse to continue doing is not talking to my grandchildren. I'll find a way to... You have my only method now. But I'll find a way to speak with Kindra.
But Freya blessed her. She was allowed to. And...
That was an act of defiance. Because Kindra didn't inherit my abilities. You did.
My mother said.
You just need to find a way to wake them up.
Oh.
The belt might help, but... Embrace your abilities, Kirina. Embrace your strength. Stop holding back. Don't let the words of a little boy hold your mind to think you need to keep yourself from fighting, keep yourself from being who you are. You're a warrior. You're a protector. I have watched you since you were a baby. You are every bit your father's daughter. Kindra's every bit your mother's daughter, and I'm proud of both of you. And you are every bit Tierna's granddaughter. You are every bit the granddaughter of a Valkyrie.
No. A Valkyrie?
Seems Britta doesn't tell you everything. Your grandmother was the daughter of Sigrun, Valkyrie Queen.
What?
That's where you get your wings, not from me. That's where you get your healing, not from me.
Oh. Alright. She takes the shot and she just throws it back.
He pours another one for you, and this is godly mead, so it just... boom.
Don't care.
He just kind of smiles and goes, told you, you're every bit my granddaughter. But I'll give you the same advice I gave Alvor when he was a boy. You are not defined by who your family is. You are defined by your actions. Sure, you inherit gifts from us, but how you use them defines who Kirina really is. The fact that you are a protector in more ways than one. And if I could have claimed you on that day, I would have. All Father stopped me. And when he stopped me, I punched him.
Did your fist go through his face? Because that's kind of what...
No, he was physically here. Hugin and Munin don't tend to appear physically, but if you see Gary and Frecky, just know they're really there, so don't chuck spears at them or anything. Tyr did that once, and he actually stabbed him, and it was bad news, but you are who you are. You are a powerful woman in your own right. You're a warrior, protector, sister, friend. And
do you realize some of my friends serve the other gods?
I'm on good terms with Fenora. She and Freya. They're actually having tea right now, so... Fenora is not thrilled with the things her son has done. And all Adan ever says is everything is progressing as it is willed. Which just makes me want to throw Mjolnir at his part. You're gonna have to bleep this at his fucking face. I can't not cuss as Thor at least once. Don't think Adan is bad all the time. But he frustrates me. He frustrates Allfather. And I don't believe that he's the one who's got Baldur captive. I don't know who does, but if I find out who they are, they're going to meet Mjolnir with their face. Don't care who it is.
You know of the Wolfrons?
Aye. Kylan's their current lord, yes?
Yes, but... Gallatin, she has a thing for a minute not to call him Gokler. Gallatin, he had sort of an accident tonight, and he saw someone. Silver hair.
Well, that could be either Baldur or Bahamut.
That's what I was thinking. I just didn't know.
If it's Baldur, that's good. If it's Bahamut, then he's just around. Always.
So this is going to start happening more, where he just randomly...
I'm not Allfather. I'll let you keep to yourself, but if you ever want to talk to me, all you have to do is carve a rune, and he's going to make the rune of Thor, which is a line with a triangle in the middle. Carve the rune into the belt with your make the movement with your finger, and I'll talk to you that night. If it's urgent, do it over and over. But I'm always here for you, Kirina. But I will never invade your space.
You might be the first.
And tell Felicity if she ever talks to Loki again that I'm going to smack his face with Mjolnir and kill him. I would want. The only thing reason I haven't is because Allfather has told me not to, because apparently he's needed.
Loki is needed.
I have one piece of information for you and your friends. This ritual the Immer Keepers are doing, it's not to free Arcos. They're trying to drain Tiamat of her power and give it to him. Because his seal is not one that's as strong as hers. He has her power, he can break out any time.
And how close are they?
They've broken 3. They haven't broken any of the seals. They've drained 3. They're trying to do the same thing with both Fenrir and Jormungandr, but Wolfboy's doing a good job of stopping, and his friend, and the other Bliss and the zombie girl. They're doing a good job of stopping the Jormungand, which is a shame because I'd love to fight him again. He's the one I'm allowed to fight at this point. Allfather has decreed that if Jormungand breaks loose, I am fully allowed to join in. But Fenrir, that's Baldur's jurisdiction now.
And he's... Wait.
Baldur's not dead.
I mean, you said earlier he's just missing, but...
The fact that Earthrider still has power means he's alive.
Got it.
Have you ever heard a voice talking to you through the blade?
Once.
Could you make out what it was saying?
No.
If it does it again, listen closer. Because it's Baldur.
Right. Oh. Sorry about the title. I didn't choose it.
She enjoyed that. Because as much as she claimed your sister, she very much watches over you as well. We all do. Allfather tends to let us do most of that, as he's...
Well then, can you tell him to stop creeping outside the house? It's starting to get
What do you mean?
weird.
What do you mean?
He was outside the window when we were talking. He talked to one of my friends, Nyx.
He takes Mjolnir out and starts headbutting, like kind of just a light little bonk of...
She starts to think about stop and then realizes it probably doesn't matter.
He just drops it and it just clunks to the floor and he's... I didn't know that. If he's watching you and your friends, something's about to happen.
Right. Well, we're trying to go, technically, rescue Nyx's brother, who is with the Ember Keepers for some reason. None of us really understand.
Nyx
hasn't really been able to figure it out either.
Nyx is the light elf. He looks up, oh shit, for a second. Changeling.
Did Nyx tell us that part? I can't recall.
Carrick said it out loud, everybody.
Yeah, Kara mentioned him like that means as much as what Changeling does.
That's right.
So
yeah, okay.
There.
Right. Well, I'm sure Allfather will tell them what that means later. I'm not going to. He starts chugging the bottle.
It would be nice to.
All I know is all changelings were once light elves, and most of them haven't retained any of their magic, but some of them have, and I guess Allfather thinks your friend has. They are the originators of all elven kind. And then he just kind of turns around and just goes, right, so if you don't mind, you're worthy of the belt. Congratulations, attunement successful. You might find your attacks have a little bit more of a sparky nature to them.
Sparks. Like, oh.
Oh, well, now your attacks are going to do lightning to people.
She throws back the next, the second last.
But,
done.
Just so you know, the belt means that no god, except for me, Freya, Baldur, and Allfather, can see you. or anyone who's within 10 feet of you for the foreseeable future. Unless they've bonded with them, so if they're a cleric or something of them, then they can check in on them, but not you. So Felicity, Lenora can still look after her. But... Right, he just continued, pulls out another bottle, pours another glass for you, goes, shoot that one back before you go. Yes. He clangs his bottle with your skull.
Takes a deep breath, and probably the first time in over 2 years, completely chugs a bottle of alcohol.
You have 15 temporary hit points when you wake up from chugging a bottle of godly mead.
And no hangover, guys.
But he, whatever mistakes I've made, all fathers made, me wanting to choose you at that ceremony was not one of them. And if you ever want to swear that oath again, I will gladly claim you. But that decision is yours. And I know this is our first conversation, but I've seen your entire life. I just need you to know that I loved your father. I love your sister. And I love you. And if I could solve all your problems with a swing of Mjolnir, I would. But all father won't let me.
I don't think it would exactly fix it all. Anyway.
Just know that what you're doing is the right thing. That dragon bastard Sarkos, he's trying to drain all of the beasts of their power and claim it for himself.
He needs swords to do that.
He can drain the power with rituals. He doesn't have to break the seals to do it.
But he was trying... Somebody tried to...
Were they trying to break the seal, or were they trying to steal the power?
No, one of them... I had both Hellthrender and...
And your grandmother's given it... had it reforged.
Oh.
Frostvein has it. Koragar. So... I think it's safe, but... He's a follower. He worships me anyway, so I get to...
You know that? No.
I mean, all the Kolsar that live in the Frostwild worship us, but most of them are dumbasses and don't realize Tyr is dead. But I enjoy drinking with your granddaughter. Do it any time. If you ever get within 10 feet of Kirina, or Kindra, sorry, let me know. And I'll come down and say hello.
Do we call him grandfather or...
I'd prefer grandfather, but it's up to you. I know I haven't been the most. I've made mistakes.
Can I tell my friends?
Tell them whatever you like. I don't care. Your choices are your own. Unlike the others, I don't really meddle in the affairs of mortals. I tell them what I want to tell them and then let them do the rest.
I think you're missing the whole being a bad thing, then.
Or maybe the others are doing a shitty job of it. Godfrey definitely is.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who don't like him.
Trust me, I'm very tempted to give Cullen some power. He just kind of smiles.
He's with Kenya right now.
I'm aware. I like that. I like that big lout. I will say this: your friend Gray, she needs to be careful. Adon doesn't really... He's not happy with failure. So if she continues on this path of... Tell her to stop making devils angry.
Devils?
Oh, she didn't tell you about that. She insulted Balazor's left hand yesterday.
What?
I'll let her tell you. Anyway, it's nice seeing your granddaughter. He grabs your head with both hands and just gives you a kiss on the forehead.
Why does everybody do this to me?
I'm just keeping up the family traditions, girlie. Hey, at least I'm more honest with you than most. He goes, Skull, granddaughter. You can trust the friends you've gathered, except one, in my opinion. Kirikou. Consorts with devils, demons, dragon lords.
So does Dre?
She threatens them.
Yes.
He works with them.
Oh.
If you can get that sword away from him, do it.
The dragon. I don't think he's going to hand that over easily.
Nor do I. It's up to you. I'll let you handle him how you see fit. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And,
I'll try to not screw it up.
I think you'll do wonderfully.
You've been watching me this whole time.
You're
Just a clarification as where's the door?
He goes, oh, right. And he snaps, and you wake up the next morning, and you have the bell attuned to you, and you have the refilling bottle of godly mead once per long rest. If you decide to chug it, you will be drunk, but you'll gain 10 to
39. Want to give it a try?
10 to 15 temporary hit points. And you all awaken in the morning.
Why do we not have a drunken master monk? This is a big spot for them.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's my version of Thor, everybody. He's probably the most chill version of Thor in the existence of all media.
I want to see Prince, though, so...
Oh, do we want to roleplay that? Okay. Alright, Fel, we can roleplay the end of it.
Was that all it was going to be?
It was just going to be that, but Prince...
Also, I'm processing over here.
I'll let Ruka describe what Prince looks like.
Oh gosh.
He's your character.
I mean, yeah, but okay, he's here now.
He's your equivalent of Rudolph. Shit, you gave me a backstory character, and I went, okay.
Very, very true.
Oh, also, that's a gray conversation that needs to be had eventually.
So, Prince is probably in this form a tall, drow-looking man, gray skin, long white hair, and one of those like loose braids, like thick, goes down the shoulder one side. His eyes are like a bluish gray, and he tends to wear similar clothing style to Fel, flowy robes type of stuff. He is her imaginary friend. And her child.
We're going to have the end of the conversation happen in the dream, and he's just going to put his hand and he goes, be careful, Felicity. Lots of danger coming your way, and lots of people are helping you. Be wary of those with silver tongues. And he gives you a kiss on the cheek. And he just looks in your eyes and he goes, it's time to wake up. And Felicity wakes up. Ruka and I are going to 1v1 that conversation later. Put it into the session. Everyone gets private combos eventually. Nyx is going to get an Odin one at some point. That is not for everyone. Well, last time you... Daylana, you actually, when you do sleep, because you do sleep a little bit, Daylana, you have nightmares.
Always.
You see everyone you failed to save. You see Amniri's head. You see Rumlow torn in half by Kelleros. You see Garen's father. You see Garen's father killed by Arcos. You see Stitcher killed by you after he was forced to be turned against you.
Remy.
You see Remy Potts die in your arms of old age. Finally, you see Azariel, who you failed to keep from turning to the dark. Your star pupil, your daughter, essentially, who you couldn't save, and who became the Black Dragon Lord for a time. And finally, you see Lilia. You see your best friend. And you see Kilogzul's wings wrap around her. And you see him. Couldn't save her once. You won't save her this time. And you see Rudolchef shaking hands with Kilogzul. And that's the end of your nightmare. Lord's face of just, how dare you? And then you all wake up in the morning. Kirina, you wake up first, because as you had planned, and you're holding this godly bottle of mead, and you have the belt. Kirina, you are now much stronger. You have attuned to the blade, or to the belt. You have a strength stat of 30. You have advantage on all constitution and strength saving throws. You do 2d8 lightning damage with every attack regardless of weapon.
That's me.
That's on the belt.
I haven't read the whole thing, guy.
And you have
I glanced at it because I was like, I don't know.
And you have the aura of the Aesir, which I'll have to add to your character sheet manually, which shields you and anyone within 10 feet of you from the view of any gods that are not of the Aesir. Or Vanir, technically, but still. So, that's going to get complicated if Craig tries to talk to a god and she's in there, because technically she's not connected the same way Felicity is to Venora.
They're just associates. She hasn't really...
You keep saying that, and it's like...
Oh, God, an associate.
Oh, yeah, well, you know.
I don't think a dog sees it that way, Craig. By the way, that's a combo that's going to happen at some point.
Kirina will go ahead and get up and see. Yeah, the bottle. That's okay.
And it actually has a ram, 2 ravens, and 2 wolves as the symbol. And the thing said is just called Thor's Godly Mead.
Of course it is.
And it says in the tag line on the bottom, it says, "One drink gets any mortal plastered, Brock the Dwarf."
I need this as an item that you're gonna make and all that. Because, getting up. She is gonna go ahead and get dressed. And how early is it at this point? I mean,
about 5 a.m. 5 a.m. The sun is.
Ray would have been roof hopping, doing her run.
Cool.
So Kirina wakes up first, or possibly Nyx, because I know Nyx likes to wake up early and be in the greenhouse.
Yeah.
They were already in the greenhouse.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Nyx likes to wake up and do things in the greenhouse every morning.
Oh, gosh. She needs to go talk to Hector. She's got to go do that. So she'll start. Yeah, she'll start out of the house to go towards the palace, I guess, because she needs to be the first one to see him. So that's where she's headed.
Okay, so you walk out the door, and
she will leave a note in her room, just like in that sitting on the book that she's technically only shared with Felicity, the one with the legends. It's just sitting on that book because she assumes Felicity probably would be the first to come looking for her.
Pretty tipsy.
Where she's gone.
I've been trying to drink. I've actually been drinking every time I drank a Thor's, and this is 22% alcohol.
Why are you doing that? That is dangerous.
You're DMing.
Yeah.
I can do it. I can ask Kinsey. I can do my best story DMing while drunk. I did their entire final battle with Crotum while drunk.
Yeah, but it's a battle. There's a difference.
No, but there was a lot of story in that one shot, too. Oh, and I forgot to add in your dream, Daylani, you see Crotum turning from a turtle into a dragon and be like, "You couldn't save my soul."
Ooh.
That's her best buddy.
That's why I don't trust anyone.
But, Kirina, you do see Korrigar and Rena sitting outside, and Korrigar is calmly like, "I will talk to Felicity. She's fine. She's okay. Please take Astrid home. Felicity knows you're probably worried about her, but please." And Rena is like, somewhat crying, and she's like, "Okay." She's like,
they see Kirina as she like...
Korrigar does, and he just kind of waves you on to keep moving.
Nope, gonna shut the door again and go knock on go to the greenhouse, and hoping that Nyx, the other early riser in this group, is awake. Real fast.
Nyx, you wake up to see a wolf standing over you.
Oh, cool. Oh, great.
A white wolf with rune paintings on his forehead.
Hey, now you can see those too.
You see Freki, and he licks you as you wake up.
Hi.
He's, "Hello."
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Can I help you?
All Father bid me watch over you and Kirina. I will be friend for a while.
Did you have to be over top of me?
All Father said watch you. I took it literally.
You can still watch people. How can you watch Kirina if you're...
Kirina's having conversation with Thor. Now I go to follow Kirina.
Oh.
Have good morning. And he phases through the greenhouse. Kirina, and you totally and then he turns and walks back in. Kirina is at door.
Great.
That's just
His tail's just wagging the whole time. He's just happy to be there. Listen, I've already thrown y'all in the deep end of y'all are involved with gods. I'm just gonna have fun with it at this point.
Fair.
The Norse mythology nerd in me is like, yes.
I thought Nyx is just gonna go to the door.
Before you even knock, Kirina, Nyx opens the door.
And
Freki just turns and said, "Hello, Kirina."
Point at the one.
I am Freki. All Father bade me.
Yeah.
All Father bade me watch over you and Nyx. I will be friend from now on.
He was standing over me. It's a weird awakening. Not the first time, but first time.
I am friend now.
Living in a forest with animal companions. Not gods, not him.
I am not a god. I am simply a friend of the All Father. Just a wolf. He's just looking up at you both. How was your chat with Thor?
It's a long story.
Did you get drunk? He likes to do that.
I don't know.
Alright, you are not there physically. He probably did. I'll leave you two alone. I'll just be watching. And he just sits and just watches.
I think we probably...
He's also dire wolf-sized, so...
Yeah. I think we probably need to get used to that. It's just going to be a thing now.
I've told Hugen and Munin to leave you two alone, though, so they won't be bugging you.
There's that. I need to go to Hector and before anyone else gets to him, and I think somebody already got to Rena and Korgar because they're at the door, and it sounds like Korgar is trying to convince Rena to not freak out, although I think she already is. And I'm pretty sure Felicity is still asleep because she usually is. So can you maybe get a message to her?
To no?
Yes.
Full disclosure, Korgar is going to literally sit and wait until Felicity wakes up.
Oh, the fact that he was sitting outside was kind of impressive to Kirina. Like,
He's just like,
hey, somebody's finally not barging into our home.
he's stopping Rena from doing it because she's like, my sister could have died, and Korgar's like, she's actually my sister, not yours, so go away.
We didn't say that.
We didn't say that, but he was like, listen.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know what to do. I keep getting pulled in, I feel like 20 directions, but I gave my word.
Fair. Wait, so what did you actually want me to do? There's lots going on.
Yes. Can you tell Felicity, that Korgar is at least at the door, I think? I will go and talk to Hector and keep him from losing his mind. Maybe. Or at least try. And then I'll be back. And I promise I'll tell everything that happened with Thor if I can. I don't really know. It's a lot of things.
Fair. Yeah, no, I'll go get her. We'll meet back in the middle.
I baked cookies and she points at the pet.
Is there still cookies or did the wolf eat them?
Frecky didn't go, I don't eat cookies. They're bad for puppers. Or
lots of animals.
That's what Freya always says. Freya always bonks my nose and said, "Is bad for pupper." Oh wow, Freya's just Remy. Screw it, Thor. Freya's just Remy's insert.
By the way, he said some things that might make sense to you also. Something about light elves being where changelings and all else come from. And that that's why Odin is interested in you, that you have powers that the other ones don't.
What? I have my magic?
To be honest, I was told I have abilities too, and I don't know what that means at all, because apparently the ones I thought I had don't actually come from Thor. So, every time something starts to make sense, it doesn't make any sense anymore, and I get very confused.
Yeah. I guess we'll figure it out together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Step at a time.
Hey, next. I'm going to save your brother. That's why. Just so you know.
We're gonna figure it out.
I know everyone else has multiple reasons, and I guess you and I probably do too. But at least know for one person, at least that's kind of their focus.
I thought it was Arcos.
I think that's a bigger problem, and we're just putting a Band-Aid on it for a moment.
Oh.
But maybe not. If we stop them in here. Don't get me wrong, I really would have liked to probably kill Fire, and I've never wanted to kill anyone in my life. I didn't even really want to kill Uthros. Or at least I really want to hit her, and that kind of terrifies me. So.
Thor's up in Valhalla, just like, my little granddaughter.
I wish I had a Kirina version of Fell's middle finger one.
Ring finger.
Yeah, I just want you to know. Thank you. Divide and conquer?
Yeah.
Or at least divide and hope for the best.
Right.
I don't know where the other two are, and I still haven't seen Kirikou. I don't know if he ever made it back.
Question for Daylana and Gray. Did you guys share a room again? Probably. Just meditated in the same room again.
No, I think I stayed downstairs.
Okay. Just in the living area. You just slept on the couch?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I imagine that Gray's actually coming back now from her run.
Okay. You walk in and you see Daylana there, but also, let's keep on Kirina first. Nix, do you just send a message to Fel?
Is there a way to get there without going to, like, the front door and having...
Frecky just looks at you and goes, I can help.
Oh.
He walks through the air, through the greenhouse, and walks into Felicity's room, and just licks her face. Hello, Felicity.
I was going to get an answer first before he left, but...
Did you see him?
Dogs.
Yeah. Hello, Felicity. My name is Frecky.
Just start screaming.
I am one of the All-Father's wolves, and I am friends with Nix and Kirina. Nix would like me to tell you that your brother is outside the front door. Okay. And then you stop seeing him instantly, even though he's there, and he walks back down. He can choose who sees him and who doesn't. After the Prince dream and waking up to that is like...
But it's real.
He's also got, like, markings on his fur that look like tattoos going through his entire body.
No one would blame you for pulling the blanket back over your head and going back to sleep.
Fel's got eyes of the roomkeeper. Can she tell what those mean?
Huh? Can she tell what?
Can she read the tattoos? Because she's got...
There's a lot of tattoos of Odin, and apparently the tattoos on his body are marks that are stories about every time Fenrir has come loose. And the heroes who save them. And you see the name Tierna Sigurd's daughter. Or Sigrun's daughter.
Amazing.
And you also see an unfinished one. And you see the name Kirina, Britta's daughter. But it's unfinished. And he just he disappears.
Should I respond, or do you want to go back to...
We're going to go to Kirina first. So you walk... Kirina, do you just go back out the front door?
Yeah, once it's... Okay, that's...
You see Rena move...
Nix and Korea. Got this? Yeah, got this. Okay, sure.
So... I was playing Phasmophobia last night, just...
You hear... You do see Rena as she goes, I'm going to go help Keku figure out what this is. He's in the library, and she storms off. And Korrigar just looks at you and goes, don't worry, I'm going to wait until Felicity is fully awake before I check on her. I'm not here to talk to her, really. I just want to make sure she's okay.
I think she just sort of got awoken by... Never mind.
I'll wait. You do see Hell's Render intact on his back.
Sorry, I would have given it to you sooner.
I don't blame you. It was broken, you didn't know what to do with it. Thank you for keeping it safe from the people who would do wrong with it.
Sure.
He just looks at you and goes, but if anything does happen to me, please don't give it to Felicity. Unless it's necessary. I don't see Tiamat rising anytime soon. He pulls it off and shows that all the runes are still glowing. It's like, but...
They're all still glowing.
Because they weren't broken. They were just drained. The seals.
Haven't shifted the color or anything?
Nope. Only a broken seal changes it.
Okay.
But I'll let you continue on your business. Linus told us what your business is, so have fun with that.
Yeah. She takes a deep breath and starts walking towards the palace.
Okay, now we'll pan back to Fel.
Slobbery dog face.
And Frecky is gone. You're muted.
Right. Let's see, where does she even start?
I resemble that remark.
Yeah. She pulls herself.
I love how Dove thought Kirina was going to be on the bench for this arc, and then I'm just suddenly like, nope. The only person who gets to be on the bench for this arc kind of is Gray.
What?
All lies.
I said kinda.
There's no bench.
Oh, Kerku's very on the bench for the next arc. I'm just telling y'all now. Kerku's going to get in the wilderness and be like, this is not what I'm used to. I'm out of my comfort zone.
That's how Nyx has felt this entire arc.
Nyx and Kerku are just going to switch personalities. Like, Nyx is going to be like, yes, forest. Y'all are in a spooky-ass forest. And Nyx is like, this is great. And everyone else is like,
why?
Okay, anyway. Bolt fell, sorry.
Belle, will get up. She wasn't really sleeping after that dream. So she's already kind of awake in a sense. What did the wolf say to her again? That Korgar was waiting?
Your brother, Nyx would like me to tell you your brother is outside the front door. Okay, goodbye.
Bella's going to kind of hold her head for a second and just kind of like, she's on the edge of the bed and just kind of leaning over, just hands through her hair. Not sure how to process so much. So she'll get up, she'll go to the mirror, she'll give herself a really long, hard stare, kind of touch the glass for a second, and then she's gonna impulsively take the stand-up mirror and just knock it down, and then walk past it into the door and go downstairs where everyone is.
Okay, do you go out the front door or do you stay downstairs first?
She goes to the front door. She seems to have a place in mind where she wants to go, so she'll go out.
As you open the front door, Korgar is sitting on the ground outside, and he just looks and he stands up and he just looks at you. He says, "Are you all right?"
No.
And he just kind of opens his arms and is like, "Do you need one?"
And she just kind of like looks down. I don't want to be touched, please.
Lowers his arms and goes, "Galadin's recovering. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Physically and health-wise, and I didn't imagine you'd be emotionally okay, but I'm here if you need anything." And he just looks at her and just goes, "I don't know where you're going, but don't do anything reckless."
No, I'm glad Galadin is okay. That was something I was going to check in on. I was thinking I might just go to the training ground.
Well, you want some company I won't engage. I'll be there if you want, or I'll leave. Your choice.
I think I need to be alone for just a little bit, and then I might check in with you later.
This kind of nonsense, right? You're leaving today, I assume, and so am I. So, I'll meet you back here in a couple of hours.
I will definitely need a hug before you go.
Right. Astrid will want one too.
Astrid and you, of course.
Right. Well, have fun, little sister. And then he just walks back towards his home.
Yeah, she watches him go for a second, and then she
You do also notice the sword on his back.
Yeah, she clocks that. And then she goes to the back of the house or wherever the training grounds for their...
Yeah. Cool.
So she's still on the premise.
Okay. Delana and Gray, what are you two doing?
Whenever Delana sees Felicity leave, she just kind of looks up at Gray, nods her head, and then goes out the door and kind of keeps a distance, but sees that Felicity goes into the training ground and is just going to wait outside. Give her space, but...
Gray, do you by any chance go up to your tower for a minute?
My tower? She slept up there, then she went for her run. And coming back from the run, I think she would just do a quick check. She knows that Kirina went to go see Hector. I think she would just try to make sure she knows where everybody's at.
You find everyone but Kirku.
Right. So, I think she is going to go up to her tower, but before she actually goes up, she's going to pause at the door and just reach out to Kirku for just a quick check-in to make sure he's still alive.
You hear a message with, I'm fine, I'm not home, I'll be home later. Checking on some things.
And then she'll go upstairs to kind of wait.
As you're waiting, you hear a dimension door open. And walking through is Respilla. She looks frazzled. She just goes, "Oh, hi, hello, Vidya. Have you seen your son by chance?"
No, last he told me he went home.
Right, well, that's the problem. His home is on that floating island over there, and that's a problem. He moved his tower. I can't get to it.
He moved the tower to the floating island?
Yes, and I can't get to it, and he's got a barrier, so no one can teleport there unless they go through a specific realm, and I'm not going to that realm anytime soon.
No, of course not.
Because there is a very nasty bugger in that realm, and I don't want to go there. But forget I said anything. I'll see you later. And she walks back through her dimension door and leaves. And you see that her scales are more prominent on her face as she's letting her glamour fade.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna reach out to Chef. She's gonna sit down. She's still got her salt circle with all of those that foliage that kind of grew on her the last time that she sat in it. And she's gonna start braiding a small braid in her hair. And then once she gets to the end and ties it up, reach out to Chef.
What do you say?
Are you safe?
His response is probably not what you expect. He says, I'm correcting a mistake. I am correcting a mistake, Mother. You will not hear from me for a while. But
Are you being foolish?
Always. You cannot get to me, Mother. I'm sorry.
Rasha.
This is the last time we will speak for some time, Mother. I love you. Goodbye. Just know... Well, actually, last thing says, I love you. Just know... Lilia is safe. Goodbye.
Her salt circle.
I love how Dove, who plays Farrell, and Kinsey, who plays Delana, are both just like, this little...
Off the back of my head going, that's...
Atropa's just sigh. Atropa's just sighing in the distance.
Yeah, I think actually that Gray's been contemplating reaching out to Farrell ever since she mentioned her. But I think
But you feel an emotion in Chef's voice you have not ever heard fear. He seems desperate.
And she just kind of sighs inwardly. No one's trusting her.
And break and stew in that for a minute as we pan to Kirina. So you enter the palace.
Yes.
You find Hector sitting with a cup of coffee on his throne, drinking it, and he's... Good morning, Kirina. How are you this morning?
A little bit better than you are.
Yes, well... Remind me never to try to outdrink Corrigan again.
I could have told you that was probably a bad idea.
Felicity's probably faring as bad as I am this morning, so...
I haven't seen her yet, but... there's no good way to do this, and I need you to promise you're not going to do something stupid, because everyone tends to do something stupid when they get news.
Last time you told me not to do something stupid, it was when I was about to go try to fight Ulthros by myself. What's comparable?
Okay, maybe that. There was an attack last night. More of an assassination attempt. I don't really understand all of it, but apparently... Is there anyone else in this room?
Well, yeah. And there's a bunch of servants, and they all perk up like, what? After hearing that. And,
Okay, yeah, I don't know if she would have said all that.
okay, well, I'll say, Hector, after seeing your diseases, let's talk. There's no other private place here, and he leads you up to his quarters. The door walks in, and it's just like, what's going on, Kirina?
There was an attack on, we think, aimed at Felicity. At least it was addressed to her.
An attack of what kind?
The deadly kind. It was just a quick something, some kind of magic spell trapped inside of a puzzle box of some sort of ball. She couldn't get it open, I guess, from what I can gather, and Galadin did. And it killed him. Felicity brought him back, and he's been resting, and my mother's been with him as far as I know. So I'm sure he's fine, but...
See him clench his hand, and it shatters the ceramic cup that his coffee's in, and he just breathes, and he's... They both, all right.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Are they both all right?
As alright as I think you can be. Galadin's a bit shaken up. He didn't. Obviously, I assume.
You said your mother's with him?
With Galadin, yes.
Aye.
Or she was when I left last night.
He's my best friend. I need to talk to him. And he starts to like...
I need to wait for a moment. I found out. And I'm pretty sure the hand is bleeding. Let me see it.
He hands you his hand, and he's clearly... He's got the same look in his eye that you saw whenever he was told about his father's...
Yeah.
Taken.
That's why she stopped him. She's gonna take his hand and clean it up. And then... Sure, why not? She will use a little bit of her ability to heal cuts.
Looks down and says, "Thank you, Kirina. I'll wait. Do we know who did it?"
I do. I think we do. And I'm not sure I should tell you. Because if I do, and you fly off the handle, you can't be who you need to be here.
He just sighs next to this. And here's my request, not as your king, but as your friend. If you know who did it, know you and your friends have a task to deal with, but make sure they don't hurt anyone close to us, or anyone in general. Again.
Would be planned.
And I'll trust you. I'll trust Felicity. Sorry. And sits down.
I need you to be sure that you are cautious. And so are the rest here. You wanted to carry a shield. I carry one. Because I wanted to protect, not destroy. If you're going to build a kingdom that's strong, please start there. And that includes everyone, even the ones who we both know can probably protect themselves just fine. But they still need someone watching their back.
Kind of just rubs his hand against his face and just kind of... I'm going to have to try to convince Koroga not to go. We've received a missive from Soldier Law. He plans on coming back. Koroga, or Kaz as well. But
So happy to hear.
keeps them out of trouble at least. But I'll be relieved to have them here helping. Your mother is returning home. She has declared as soon as she's able.
Yes.
I'll talk to Galadin because Kyla needs to be told. Galadin is not going to be happy with that. But if this is happening, I need him.
Does he seem any calmer now, or is it...
He seems a lot calmer. He seems like his gears are turning, trying to figure out what he needs to do. And she's like... Thank you, Kirina. And... I'll try to tell myself before you all leave, but if I don't get a chance to tell Felicity, thank you. Wholeheartedly for what she did.
Tell her. Might be good if you told her yourself.
I will try before you go leave. I don't know why he did it. Even if he didn't know it was a trap, he would have. Something he said the other night that he would gladly do anything to protect myself and Felicity. He's been having thoughts again. The anniversary of the night his brother refers to as the Night of Blades is coming up, and Galadin always has thoughts. Usually his brother's here to talk him down, but I'll talk to Felicity because I'll ensure him that I'll take care of Galadin. And I did get word on your sister, by the way.
I know what you were trying.
She sent a message. He hands you a letter. I think it was directed towards you, but came to me first, but... She's on her way home.
Well,
But...
my mother will be happy to hear that.
Yes, well...
Are you going to be alright?
No. Someone just tried to kill a friend of mine, and my best friend died instead. I'm gonna need a bit of time before I talk to either of them. But I will trust that you and your friends will deal with the one responsible. And I'll keep vigil here and keep everyone safe. I will talk to Felicity before I leave, but thank you, Kirina, for taking care of everyone.
What'd I do?
He stands up and walks over to his bed and starts putting on his armor for his daily routine. He's just like, well, before I go see either of them, I have some time to spend at the training ground, working off some steam.
Fine. It's helpful. It's actually where I'm headed myself.
Free to join me if you wish.
Actually, I need to. Don't want to be too far from the house. If you want to walk back, we can.
Gladly.
I actually baked cookies last night. They're pretty good.
I'll gladly have one. It's too early for a drink, but a sweet will.
I also got a bottle of mead from Thor, so there's that too.
I'm sorry?
Just come on. And she'll
Right.
help him finish putting on his armor, and then I guess we're headed.
Got it. And as you guys, okay, you do see Rena and Karaku working through some papers, and he looks. I'm traveling with Kirina back to your home. Karaku, continue what you're doing. Rena, keep everyone doing the jobs until I return. And let's wait on Ada contacting Kylan about. I assume that's Rena just kind of has and goes, have her wait until I talk to Galadin first. King's demand. And then he leaves with Kirina, and Bella, are you just punching things?
Look, I didn't say do what I do.
No, Fel first appears at the training ground and is looking for Kirina initially. She assumed that if she were anywhere, she could hear. And she said she didn't see her. But part of her is kind of like a little bit glad there's no one there that she can tell.
Keilano's sitting in the bushes with binoculars.
Fel doesn't have high passive perception, so I mean, and she's kind of anyway. So, she stands in the middle of the training grounds, and she kind of like she starts pulling the targets, the dummies that are there. She puts them in like a circle. She sets them up as like a circle around her, each kind of spaced out 5-10 feet. And then she gets down into her basic. She takes like the robes off, and just stands in the middle, and then just starts. There's a moment of just dead silence, and then she just starts throwing every single cantrip that she can on each of these dummies. The Eldritch Blast crackles up, and she screams and fires it at the nearest one, and then lightning lure, and then frostbite, and she's throwing everything around her that in like a circle, and she's going absolutely ham. She's just hitting one after the other after the other. She's not even thinking about what she's casting. She's just hitting, and seems to be getting it all out. Yeah.
Is this training area, is it like a building where you have to like go in?
It's an it's an outdoor training gun. But before we do anything with Daylana, we're gonna have Gray has a thing to do.
Okay, so question about one-way pass.
Okay.
Is that a thing that Gray can do? Does she know that she can send out something and block any response? She doesn't want actual reciprocation.
Sure. We'll say yes for flavor.
Okay.
Maybe not all the time, but this time, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Sitting in this circle, knowing where her son is, she isn't going to form any thought or words. It is all the motherly protection and this urge to watch over her babies. Don't let anything happen to them. And she is going to attempt sending it all to Killock.
Okay.
These feelings of don't let anything happen to them.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Back to Daylana and Val. Oh, actually, first, Nyx, Frecky is just watching you as he looks to the stick and he goes, I see you have accepted the Allfather's gift.
The stick. I thought you were going to ask me to throw a stick for a dog.
I thought you were going to play fetch.
Like, are we playing fetch with them?
He looks at the staff and he's like, oh, a branch of the world tree used as a staff.
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
Yes, Allfather, he's been looking for one of you for quite some time.
Still don't know what that means.
An Alfar, a light elf who retains their magical bloodline. You might want to talk to your adoptive parents about how they really found you. Allfather's been looking for you for a long time. He happened to be checking in on his great-granddaughter, and who should he see?
You know, this light elf stuff means just as much to me as changeling does.
Yes.
They're the same thing for all I know. They're just not. He didn't get
To an extent.
a different name for it.
To an extent. Changelings are what's left. But light elves used to have a lot of power. You still do in your blood. You have to find a way to awaken it. But they're where all elves come from. Except Drow. Drow elves were their siblings. And Alfheim has been cut off for a long time. But I can smell the blood.
Magic.
I don't know for sure, but it has something to do with Yggdrasil. And something to do with another way to bring back those who were lost by Fenrir.
What do you mean?
Most of the Aesir were killed by the Great Wolf. Allfather thinks there's a way to bring them back through the tree. It's dead right now, but if we can bring it back, Asgard will be rejuvenated. I don't know Allfather's plans for you, or his plans for Kirina, but he has them. I don't know. Yes, but
Every time you do it, I cringe in editing. I'm like,
oh, sorry.
It actually sounded really good. It was. It was like the perfect time.
there was one that was like, yeah, you're right. We popped it for Thor, like, or something, and then
Score. What? every one of your friends is instrumental in dealing with the Ember Lord. But you and Kirina have another purpose. That he is trying. That if he's left unchecked, can't happen.
I mean, I don't think anyone wants.
No.
Of people I know, to be fair.
He's trying to drain Heremore's power, and that would be bad. The original Great Beast, father of Tiamat, Fenrir, Jormungand, Bahamut.
Oh.
Bringer of Ragnarok. Ragnarok's already happened once.
It can happen again?
It was stopped the first time.
Oh.
But that's how Skadi died. And...
Don't fail to mention that to me.
And Tyr. And... Freyr. Frigg. He just lists a ton of Heimdall.
I mean...
Allfather's tired of hiding things from mortals. Adan has been making him hide it. He doesn't seem to care what Adan thinks anymore. Well, when they're siblings, it's a little bit tricky. Most mortals think Adan was the only creator. He had help.
Makes sense to me. It's not to work for one person.
There's details, but Allfather has forbidden me from giving that detail. But I answer any other questions you have about the gods.
You have some eventually. And odd. There's been a lot of everyone running around in every which way in different directions.
Yes. Well, your friend Felicity is busy, and he looks out the greenhouse door. She's very grumpy.
There's a
He
lot.
sees from the side of the building the flashes of magic.
Your friend Hector is also very grumpy, but he's with Kirina right now.
It's not angry.
Well, they're close friends.
He's so alive though.
And your friend Gray just got some very disturbing information.
And you just
Oh, Gary is following the rest of your friends around, just so you know.
I should
Dude, we don't even have to talk to each other. These wolves are just gonna
mini sending.
tell Nix everything.
Littlest Pet Shop, Odin Edition.
To be fair, that's actual mythology. He just has lots of aminals. To be fair, if it was Freya, it would be 2 Maine Coon cats.
Did you say aminals?
Aminals, yes.
Aminals.
I mean, now Kirina technically has a pet wolf, kinda, and Delana's got Foxy Roxy. So, and Felicity's got Axos.
Joint custody.
Felicity's got Axos. All right, now we're gonna pan back to Kirina and Hector are on their way to the training ground. Delana, did you go talk to Fel beforehand, or do you wait?
Karina gets there?
Or do you wait until y'all are on your all's way traveling? Where?
No. She's on her rampage of shooting off spells.
There's a lot of Eldritch Blasts happening right now.
I'm picturing a scene in Dragon Ball Z where they're just...
She's Vegeta eating it just like rapid firing.
Like Azula at the end of Avatar.
That's pretty much just to be fair, that is Vegeta just going from Dragon Ball Z to
He's chained up and fighting. Yeah, that's the vibe.
That's the same premise, yeah.
So, as you're doing that, Delana's just going to approach closer. Kind of not be too close to you, but approach to where she can see. Like, I'm within 15 feet of you, I'd say. Just kind of waiting for you to take a pause. And whenever you take a pause, she's just gonna clap.
Oh, well, just breathing very heavy, just... Can I help you?
No, I just was taking a nice little stroll, checking to make sure everything was okay, and I got to witness this amazing display of power. Just thought somebody should applaud you.
Yeah. Hopefully I didn't hit you. Sorry.
Oh, no. No, I made sure to steer clear of your pathway for spells. It's not the most fun to get hit by a spell.
No, well, do you need anything? If you need the training grounds.
Oh, no, I do not need the training grounds. I thought about coming to ask if you're okay, but considering the fact that I'm pretty sure everybody who knows you is going to ask you that, and the answer is always going to be no for a very long while, then there's no point in asking me.
Is it the same thing?
Be prepared for everybody to ask for a very long time. Get used to smiling and nodding. Two peas in a pod we are. There was something I would like to discuss with you, but it's not the cheeriest of subjects. So only if you're up for it.
The last few weeks have not been the cheeriest of subjects. It doesn't look like we're going to stop anytime soon. So, if you see benefit in telling me what you need to tell me, then I will be okay with listening.
Yes. Would you like to discuss it here, or somewhere that might not have onlookers anytime soon?
If such a place exists, I will follow.
Well,
I tend to always have someone around, whether you can see them or not.
True. Well, considering the fact that Kirina enjoys training grounds, let's just not stay here, because I have a feeling that she shall be here any moment. And then I'll start walking towards the house, hoping that she follows.
Fel will just take a moment, and she kind of, as she's like trying to steady her breathing, she kind of looks around at the dummies around her and the damage that she did temporarily. And a moment passes, something on her face passes, and then she will follow.
Colton, are there any rooms with doors in the house that aren't someone's bedroom?
Are there, Jeff? You made the house.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there is like an office den through the parlor, past the staircase, and it does have doors. There's also
that's
my room is.
It's also Nix's room that no one will be in.
And then anybody's bedrooms upstairs, basically. But yeah, that's a communal, but it does have closed doors that close.
Right, Delana would probably lead Fel into the office area, because it reminds her more of when she would call people into her office. like the principal. But yeah, so she would lead you in there, and whenever you walk in, she goes to there. Sit down.
I will cautiously knock at the door, and then he doesn't care. He just sits down.
So, last night, you asked me about your mother.
Yes.
How close of a relationship do you have with her? Besides the one that you just created.
Growing up, I had one figure in my life. I was isolated. I had been led to believe and believed very strongly that my mother was doing good in the world. She was a servant of Honora. She helped those less fortunate. She brought us all in so that we could help. And I saw her on occasion, but whenever I did, she was the only person who truly loved me. And she kept me safe. And I wanted to prove to her that I was as useful as my sisters. So I struck out by myself a few months ago. But up until then, this woman that you have described to me, that everyone has described to me, and has informed me, I don't know who she is.
So before everybody else got in your ear and told you all of their opinions and stories, you loved her.
I still love her.
As you should. What I want to tell you is not to make you hate her. It's not to make you look at her differently. You are going to eventually have decisions to make because of the pact that you made. And I want to make sure that you have all of the information that you can possibly have before you make that decision. Do you understand?
I do.
I don't know if you know anything about me, or besides what I do, but in relation towards your mother. But whatever she's told you, I don't know if it's true or lie, so I'm just going to tell you about your mother and mine's relationship. She was in love with my father. My father did not love her back. She played a trick, as she was so very known for back then. And somehow she was a part of my conception. So when I was born, as I grew up, I had different powers than the rest of my kin. Just the people who lived around us, we were friends with, because I had just a little bit of what you would now say bliss blood in me. When I was 12, my mother died from a mysterious accident involving owlbears. But later I learned from your mother herself that she was the one to actually murder my mother. Because she was upset that my father didn't choose her. And later on in life, every once in a while she would visit me just to remind me that Mother Dearest was watching, would always be watching. And when I was about to fight Tiamat and Croton and Arcos, me and my girl were trapped in another dimension. And she was the only one willing to get us out, to stop Tiamat from rising. So, she did, but only if I did something for her, of course. So, I killed who she wanted me to kill. And then she gave me more powers, gave me horns and a tail, eventually went away. Then she took over, and then she wouldn't stop tormenting me, showing me images of my family being ruined, my father being killed, my life without my mother, all to get me to come running to her. But it never worked. Eventually I helped overthrow her. I haven't heard from her in a few years. See, I didn't know where she went until I got to meet this woman called Edith Bliss. And it turns out that my mother, Yavanna, has been trading around with this new being, with a new name, a new family, apparently turned over a new lead. But yet somehow she's still capable of getting in people's heads and manipulating them, having them do her bidding. Like I said, I haven't heard from her in a while, but things I have heard from people who have dealt with her recently or in the past, and the way that she's dealt with me. She's someone who likes to play tricks. And with your experience with people who like to play tricks, manipulate, I just want you to be careful. I'm not saying that she is going to manipulate you. You're her daughter. She loves you. But in case she does, you need to be very wary and ask for a second opinion.
From who?
Anyone. You have Kirina, who's very protective over you, who treats you like her own sister. You have Nyx, who loves you. You have Gray, who thinks of you like a daughter. You have Eriku, who's a little bit suspicious, but I'm sure he hopefully would give you the right advice. And then, of course, there's me. But if you want someone who's a little less biased, you have 4 of them with you at all times.
Well, you have more of a claim to the blood than I do. I'm only adopted. It's
Yes, but being adopted does not mean that you are not her family.
I'm aware. That is to say that I've always felt that I would serve a certain purpose. And the love. I've studied love for so long. Different forms, different types. I know that the love that she showed me was real in some parts. And so it's hard to see someone that you saw as a hero who only showed you that side, and then to suddenly see that they are the villain in other people's eyes. But that doesn't necessarily make them the villain in yours. And it's a confusing conundrum, but she did come to me last night. She told me about you, about what she did. She admitted to killing your mother, to the awful things that she did to you. And I don't know what to do with any of it.
Well, I'm glad she's at least telling me the truth. This is not to tell you not to trust her, not to believe her, not to feel however you want to feel about her. All I'm asking is that you take a second to think about what she asks of you, what she wants from you, and always get a second opinion from some of the other people who you love and who love you. If you want to serve a purpose in this world, just make sure it's a purpose that you want, not somebody else's.
No, see, that's the thing. I don't want to serve a purpose. I want to be loved, and I was told or shown that that sort of thing, being loved, was gauged on usefulness. So the purpose that we're talking about is different. I don't do it because of that. For myself. Or for... I don't know.
Well, darling, if your own purpose is to be loved in this world, I think you've accomplished that. How many other people have siblings showing up at their doorstep to make sure that they're alive and okay? How many other people in this world have friends who aren't their family, and who they probably haven't known very long, willing to go into battle for them? I was lucky enough to have that. You are too. You are loved. But your worthiness is not based on your abilities to be useful. You've proven yourself useful many a times, but that's not why these people who are around you stay with you, because they care about you, not your ability. And if you ever doubt that, all you have to do is look, and listen, and talk to anyone. So just make sure to look at what's happening around you, listen to what's being said, and think about the choices that you make, the options that you have. And if you can't find an answer within you, look outside. Because in about 30 minutes, you're going to have a house full of people who are all going to be worried whether you're okay or not.
And I will tell them that I am. And
of course.
Press further.
Of course. Because they care enough about you not to make you relive it. Talk about it. Unless you want to. So, that's all I had. That's all I wanted to discuss with you. But if you ever need anything, or if you're ever unsure about your usefulness, I'll be here to make sure that you know how useful you are. And then Delana is going to stand up and just pat a hand on your shoulder and wait.
I thought you were going to say pat her on the head, and I was like,
no.
No.
It's like one of those, when they're passing.
That's what I do to Storm. And then she glares at me. Only happened twice, but both times you have looked at me like, do it again, I bite it. Or I told Tarvel that, and he said that's why I wear gauntlets and not bracers.
That's never true.
You haven't threatened, but you gave me a look that gave me a look like, I'll bite you.
I have seen many videos of how Storm can whack someone on the head with a blunt object.
I'm about to have a helmet for my armor, so he'll be fine. Alright, so, with the time.
I'll help with the murder.
Right before,
Lakeside Legendz is not condone murdering of dungeon masters.
just briefly after Delana leaves, I assume. I think Felix has a moment in the room where she just kind of just. And turns and she follows back out to the foyer, but she also goes, since Delana said that Kirina was on her way, we'll go walking towards to potentially meet them wherever.
And you do. You meet Kirina and Hector walking towards your home. Hector just...
When I left, I went towards Gray's tower.
Okay. Because we're not going to have any more time for one-on-one things, because y'all need to get together for leaving. But, Kirina, as Hector, as Fel approaches, Hector just looks at Felicity, and all he does is looks at her, and just... Thank you.
What, Hector?
For saving my best friend.
Oh, yes.
And I'm not... I know you're not alright, but I'm not either. But thank you for doing what you did. And I would do the same for you. And he just looks alright. Kirina! He just kind of, shifts in his armor, and you can tell he's visibly, just doesn't know what to say.
I want to make... Kirina would make an insight check on Felicity.
5 check on Fel.
I mean, she's not wearing her robes. She's look like she's just worked out. Like, she's still kind of sweaty, and she's got her hair is pulled back, but it's everywhere. Like, she looks like she just blew something up. Like, she looks pretty obviously.
I'll roll a 25. Dang it. Give me my good roll, okay?
Right. Well, you noticed, Kirina.
You notice her Felicity is very... looks like she just blew up something. And...
I would say, you would pick up past that where it's... Fel's not there.
Yeah. Okay. Karina's gonna just put a hand on Hector's arm. Is it possible? Maybe a rain check? I think our group actually has to prepare. Think this through.
He just nods and right, I'll go train with something. But he looks at Felicity and he goes, I'm not going to thank you again because it'll be 3 times, but be careful with whatever you all have to do. Kirina, careful. He kind of glances at Phil and can tell she doesn't want a hug, so he does, give Kirina, a little brief hug, goodbye. And then
She's like, okay.
He gives her a hug bye, and then he looks at Felicity and he puts a hand on her shoulder and he just goes, everyone will be here when you get back. I guarantee it.
Since I'm sure you're going to go see Galadin, just tell him not to do that again. Also tell him that I'll kick his butt. I'll kick it so hard if he ever does that again.
It'll probably work better if you say it, because every time Kylan says it, he waves his hand away. This is a rough time.
Say it, since I don't know if I see him.
I know. I'll tell him that you said it, and I'll reiterate that if he does that again, I will also kick his ass, and he'll have both of who he considers his closest friends kicking his ass. But I won't keep you from your friends. But Say goodbye to your brother before you leave, Felicity.
I told him I would.
We can roleplay that next session. After, 2 months from now when my child is born. And when I'm back for my break. Yes. Well, good luck to both of you. Right, and he just walks back towards the palace training grounds, because he's still going to go train.
How far are we from our house?
Not very, y'all were getting pretty close.
Okay.
You see Karaku walking back as well, and he's just holding some papers. Well, walks back towards the house.
Okay. Do you want to head there first, or do you...
Yes, we can. I just wanted to. I heard you all coming home, so and I looked for you earlier.
I'm sorry. I left a note.
I didn't check your room. If that's where you left it.
I did.
I should have, but I was already out here, and I just assumed so.
Sorry. You know it's not your fault, right?
I don't
Oh,
I know. I guess. I don't know, Kirina. I'm very anxious. I don't feel connected to my body. And I don't know what to do about it. And every time something happens, it just drifts further away. I get more impulsive. I don't know what I'm going to do if we go seek out Clara. Everyone, she tried to kill me. My mother wants me to stop her. Deolana wants me to stop her. For once, everyone's missions seem to be aligned conveniently.
Thor wants us to stop her as well.
That's great, but...
You want to do something kind of stupid? Go out to the window and freak Gray out. I'm assuming she's up in her room. I don't know if they'll work exactly, but I was told they do, so...
What exactly?
Do you trust me?
More than I trust anyone else in this group, which I'm sad to say is a low bar, not to insult you, but I do trust you.
Nyx is like, hey!
It's harmless, but very, very amusing.
Come again?
Do you have a spell that's harmless, but slightly or very amusing?
I have a lot of spells that could be such.
Well, pick one.
Rook is like,
I can get you up to her room. She didn't really have a lot of fun at the party, it seemed like, or at the ball, so I'm determined to see her laugh because no one else seems to be making her, and I think that maybe you and I are the ones who can do it. And I can only carry one, and maybe if Nyx sees us, Nyx will transform into another owl and follow us, and then we'll all be in one place anyway.
You know Gray, you know her stories, right? You read them that one night. What's something she found funny?
No, that's not exactly what the stories were about. They were just about
I only read
the things she did. And the people who fought with her. She likes plants.
Okay, hold on. I gotta think of something.
feed me, Seymour, is what Felicity turns into.
Completely on the spot on this one.
Well, no, I have too many ideas.
Well, pick one.
I'm trying.
I'm transportation.
But I'm also
Nyx,
trying.
I swear to God, if you're not looking out a window.
Passive perception of 20.
You got us.
So, Deolana, you're making your way slowly up to the room, but you don't get there until after this.
I don't know.
I don't care if she's there or not.
Perception is 26.
Yeah, but there's no windows in
Well, no, what I'm saying, there's no windows in the staircase. What I'm going to say is, you can walk in right after Gray sees it, and we're going to roleplay that. It'll be funny. But anyway.
Okay. I could do this. And she, masks a many face herself into Kirina. There's two of us.
Gray
You'll never see it coming.
Gray just assumes that one of you is Kendra.
Look exactly like Kirina. Or I could do this and turn it again, but I feel like this might panic her. I don't know. And plus and she shakes it off and then turns it into Nyx. I don't think this is funny either, because it's Nyx. And they might just be like, hey, I also have presentation. She drops the disguise again, and
Felter's using all these spell slots.
not too many faces.
Oh, yeah.
So she can just do it at will, baby. She'll turn into 39 as she's doing it. What?
What would you like me to do?
This woman going up.
You said prestidigitation. I have that too, but I don't know what you want me to do.
I don't know. Fill a room with a nasty smell or something. Have you never played a prank on anyone?
I made Kylan's pants smell that one morning.
Well, there you go.
Okay. We could just I could pretend that I'm
Let's just go with whatever you're thinking, and we're gonna go. And she
she goes with Kirina.
And the wings pop out.
And the wings they're very, like, brownish gold. And they have, like, streaks of black through them. Like, on the feathers. And there's a little bit of a lightning sparkle when she does it, but it's not appearing on the wings, only on her body. And they're very nice looking, like, eagle wings, essentially.
He's just gonna glance for half a second. Well, that's new. That's
I was gonna, like, drop the disguise and, like, lean back, like, okay. You have wings.
Ready? I did before, but they were different. Let's go. Come on, they don't last long. And
Belle was unconscious when last time Kirina did that.
I forgot she was unconscious.
So she's like, all right, okay. Cool.
I thought, I forgot about that. All right, are you ready?
Sure.
Can you open a window?
I can certainly try.
Okay. We are hopefully going in through the window. We crash.
Okay.
I can call thaumaturgy the window to open.
There you go.
Okay. So, Gray, you see quickly
in this version.
Your window opens slightly. You see your window open. And coming barreling through the window is... Describe.
Is very different winged, and also now with the lightning crackling all around her, like described. Kirina with Felicity, and I don't know what Felicity's doing, but we're coming in.
What are you doing, Fel?
Maybe with other people.
So, Fel, she, she's just the same as she was. She couldn't decide on the disguise, and she was like, she saw the bird wings, and so she just uses the thaumaturgy to make like a caw, like a raven noise as they're coming through. So, like, as they burst through the window, it's like an eagle, like the sun shining through, and it.
Oh no, she's probably knocking so many candles over.
Everything falls over.
Oh my god, graves.
Isn't it?
Everywhere.
And there's also feathers everywhere.
I think that Gray at the caca and the bursting open.
I feel like Belle also said it, even though it's a spell.
Caw!
Even like an actual eagle screech, and also Belle going caca.
Even better. I think there's a flash of her childhood and all of the shenanigans. And there is a pause of shock. And then she doubles over and snorting laugh. She casts Druidcraft to put out any little candles just to make sure nothing catches on fire.
Oh, what's the snort laugh sound like?
Huh?
You gotta do the snort laugh. You gotta do it. Kinsey, take it away. What does Gray's snort laugh sound like?
I don't know if I can do it on cue.
You know.
So, like, hysterical laughing, just.
I think it's just one big snore. One big.
This is Daylana walking up the stairs, hearing this just crash.
We'll say Daylana opens the door as Gray starts.
Because Delana has such a high passive, can we say that she heard the caw?
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and say, Nix, that you take owl form and just fly up and land in the window, like, if that's okay.
Like, Nix, I think, was in the greenhouse and then hears, like, the chaos from Kirina and Belle just, like, outside, just debating and is just staring, like, what is going on? And then just sees the whole, like, rapid transformation between characters, wings up, and it's like, you should probably see what's going on. A giant eagle flies up after.
I would love for, if I may, Gray to make a dex saving throw. If I am allowed, because we are coming full bore into this window, and Kirina is not trying to stop us.
Alright. Dex saving throw.
I don't know if I need to roll anything, but
Yeah, I was like, Fel doesn't have any wings. She can catch herself. She's just gonna hit something.
We're going to say Foul face plants into a bookcase.
no, the bookcase is on the other side of the room. I know where the bookcase is up there.
Cushion? Are there cushions?
There are
Tons of
lots of
She face plants into a pillow.
pillows.
Amazing.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that was a 25 for my tech save.
Okay, I don't know what I'm rolling.
Attack roll, I guess?
Okay.
If you beat a 25?
Yes.
With a weapon, though? Or no?
Unarmed attack.
Okay,
I rolled a 16 plus 15.
Remember, her strength is 30 now.
She gets caught up in all of this.
Leilana just opens the door.
It's legitimately not meant to be an attack. It's more of,
you don't take any damage, you just get knocked on your butt.
Think about the whole, hey, I have to stop and I have a big wingspan and this is just a...
So Gray, you don't get hurt, but you take a wing to the forehead. You take a Kirina wing to the forehead and fall back. As Daylana just walks in and sees all this.
On the pillows, all sprawled out.
Probably all three just sprawl.
Felicity.
I see Kirina
just sitting in the window.
That's what I was going to say. I see Kirina with wings.
There's just so
and
much going on.
And I see Fel. And I just look around and I see at the window and I see Nix just
giant
like
eagle,
hanging out. Giant eagle just hanging out. I'm like, hi. Why was the child invited?
I don't think this was a plant? Your wings look different.
We were walking back and figured that maybe we needed to all talk, and this was the faster way. She just devolves into giggles at this point. It's like the stress. Like, you know when stress just has built up so much of just trying to handle everything and she's just at that point of it's overflowed into, if it's not giggling, it's gonna be something else. And so she's just letting herself she kind of just starts cracking up and it's just like...
You guys do hear from outside, should I come up there or wait for the rest of you downstairs? As Kirikou saw everything happen, and he's just like, I'll wait downstairs. And he walks into the house, and with that, unless you guys have last minute roleplay moments you want to do, that's where we're going to end the session.
Just as all of this is happening, Ray's going to kind of just twirl her fingers and craft little flower crowns on everybody's head, and then
including Eagle Nix.
Yes. Exactly, yes. And then she's going to just cast a little wind to gather up her salt and kind of guide it into a corner for later.
All right.
As she's doing that, for a moment, Fel. Hey, Felina, great.
Yes.
And she uses the mask of many faces and turns into her, into Gray, and smiles. You did it! And so she can see what she looks like right now. The facial expressions, the smiles, the emotion. And then she flips back. That's fun.
Anybody want a quick ride down? Are we going down?
We're already up here. Karaku can come up.
Like, look down. I look down at Karaku and then back at the group and cock my head to the side and I'll telepathically talk to Kirina and say, "Should I grab him?"
Do it. Do it.
Grab him.
And just thought, fall backward and dive down towards Care.
You just, not what I had in mind, but okay.
And just full, gently both talons grab him and fly back up.
When you come in through the window, do you say caw too?
She actually does caw. She's an eagle.
An actual,
I know.
eagle.
Eagle screech. And that's where we're going to end this episode of Chronicles of Ravira on a lighthearted note. And next episode, y'all can discuss your plans. I will say, Nix, we're going to start the episode with Nix getting a mental message from Revnari about what to do first. And then, but that's how we're going to start next session. This session we're going to end right here. So thanks for everyone at home watching Chronicles of Ravira. We'll see you guys next time down by the lakeside.